Hey, everybody. Whoa, I went a little Mr. Ed there. Hey, Wilbur. Hey, everybody, what's happening? It's Friday. It's your friends, I guess, if you want to call us that, here at Slices and Dices, where we continue to play role-playing games and other various monotonous time wasters until you get sick of us and choose a different channel. Wow, that went really dark. No, that
Way
yeah.
to sell it, Matt. Way to
Yeah,
sell it.
I was never a salesperson in real life, nor am I a very good one in my fake one. So
Don't recommend it.
yeah, it just steals your souls away. Hey, that said, if you feel like spending some time with us, just chilling out and watching us play some cool ass role playing games, why not? We're cool to have you guys along for the ride. This is one of our premier campaigns. This is Ravenloft Domains of Dread. It's been a couple weeks since we've been able to showcase this one. We had a little bit of a technical problem last week, as well as a personnel problem. As you can see, this gentleman right over here, Alex, has been away for a little bit of time. He's planning to come back next week. We're planning to have him join us again. It's just been... There's things in life, and when things in life do this, you have to say life, and then you go games. Life, games? No, life. Yes, life is yes. Choose the right hand. Choose the red pill. That work? No, that's not. That's the bad analogy. I'm fucking up again. Hey, ha. That's where I'm at, folks. But we have, of course, the three illustrious other members of the party. We've got Sarah, we've got Red, and we've got Maeve playing Muadnhait, Mikmick, and Amnestria in that order. So, beyond that, folks, thanks for joining us. Let's go ahead and jump in to tonight's episode of Ravenloft Domains. So, where were we? Oh, yes. Well, welcome back, I guess. The four of you have allied together here in the lands of mist in a search for, well, revenge, glory, or just a way home in some cases. After being employed as ghost hunters by the illustrious detective Alanic Ray, you've made your way through the mists to the land of Dementliu, where you found further employment with Ray and his cohorts. Now, the job was simple that he offered you. Find the sage Radaga, a seer who prophesied the end of the world, who has mysteriously gone missing after attending court with the Duchess of the land that you guys are visiting right now, called Dementliu. And that Duchess's name is Sidra Donaire. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. If I'm not, too bad. That's the way I'm going to pronounce it. After obtaining finery and masks of your own to attend Duchess Donaire's ball, you determined to go to the weekly Grand Masquerade and interview those in high society, where rumors abound and secrets are meant to be kept hidden. Here in Dementliu, the citizens lived glamorous lives, and some would say false ones, perhaps. Those that do not do their best to put up a fine show. They enjoy the finest clothes, elegant jewels, grand ballrooms, and most extravagantly, the Grand Masquerade, hosted by Duchess Donaire herself, every 7th day at her island estate. Everyone who's anyone attends the Duchess's balls, and everyone who longs to be someone tries to wrangle an invitation or sneak in uninvited. You have all come to her opulent estate on an island in Lucine Bay, joining the other beautifully dressed and masked guests who excitedly line up awaiting permission to enter. You've watched many nervous hopefuls be assessed, announced, and ushered in, and others have had their hopes dashed as their invitations are rejected or torn, or their attire deemed unacceptable. There are, after all, rules of decorum here in Dementliu that must be followed. However, now it is your turn. And as the four of you move towards the front of the line, you see a tall man checking invitations, accompanied by three horrific, stench-ridden creatures with lolling pink tongues, needle-like teeth, decaying skin, and yellow eyes. The man steps towards the four of you and says, "Invitations, please. The Duchess is dying to meet you."
But of course. And I will present mine
Okay.
with a smile beneath my seahorse half mask.
All right. Now, if you guys remember, these invitations are indeed forgeries. They're not the real deal, because what happened was that Cabe Whippoorwill found invitations, sort of snuck a peek at certain invitations, and was able to, from memory, create invitations for the four of you on their own in order to be presented at this masquerade ball. It's not the best forgery in the world. It's got some errors, small though they may be, and the handwriting is a little jagged and not the most fluid. So the man at the front of the line.
I should clarify that I'm not going to hand it to him. I'm going to hold it. I'm going to sort of hold it out in my hand.
Gotcha.
And be like, yes, of course. And do hurry, I'm expected.
Of course, of course. Let me ask you all, since it's been a while. What the four of you are wearing? I will go with the one who is not here. I will just say that Claudiu is wearing a finely tailored velvet suit that you've seen him wear before, somewhat stained, perhaps a little bit with wine stains, although no one would probably notice them since it is a red velvet suit. And he wears a wolf mask. How about the other three of you?
Moynat is wearing a very slinky dress that leaves very little to the imagination. Deep plunges in the front and back, midnight blue streaked with silver. Her long hair, there's a few tendrils, 2 small braids hanging down the front, and then the rest of it has been braided into an elaborate sort of fishtail braid to mimic the tail of a seahorse, with a seahorse half mask atop her head.
Nice. How about the others of you?
Well, Amnestria is wearing a rather long, flowing black and green embroidered dress. It has a great deal of leaf embossing and just there's a lot of nature going on with it. Additionally, it has some really puffy sleeves. It's really long, and she's also wearing some stockings. The only skin you can really see is her face, neck, and shoulders. And she is wearing a crown of leaves to go with the dress. The only thing that seems off about her outfit is the crescent moon mask that she purchased, because it unfortunately was a rather simple mask. It wasn't anything exotic, but kind of balances out her outfit,
All right.
I believe.
Very
Yeah.
cool.
I posted a picture, if I remember.
Yes, you did. I remember. So those of you who want to see exactly what it is that Amnestria was wearing, check out that last episode and you'll see. How about our friend Mikmick?
Well, I'm very bad at describing clothes in the best days, but basically, what Mikmick is wearing is probably what would be classified as probably neat casual clothing compared to like the distinct formal wear that the other people are wearing. He's got some good shoes on, good pants, a good top with uh, a half skirt, or would you call it a skirt? Or
I don't know. I don't think so.
Eh.
Well,
it's I don't know what you would call it. I mean,
Kind
I
of like
may
a
be
frock coat, to be honest.
yeah.
Frock
I don't
coat.
know what you would call it.
like with tails.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he's also used his. He's also got a top hat and goggles.
Mm-hmm.
The goggles which are covering his eyes, both artificial and real. And he's used his magical tinkering to dress him up a little bit further to cover his artificial eye with a gear that extends up into his hat, and also uh, included his real hand to make it look like his artificial hand, so it looks like he's got two pair of brass-covered gloves on.
Cool. That's fantastic. I love all of that stuff. Great. So I'm going to do two things. One, I'm going to move you to the map. But before we do that, I want to show everybody exactly where it is that the party is. So let me go ahead and showcase the Lucine Bay. And if you guys can see in this is the city of Dementliu's, or the capital city of Dementliu. It's called Port à Lucine. It's a coastal city, the bay of which extends sort of to the northwest, outward past this island on which you guys currently are. The island is signified by the number 8, which is the island of the estate of Duchess Donaire. So that is where you guys are, but specifically, I'll show you where you are right now as we move you to the Grand Ballroom. Let me zoom out a bit and bring you to the line. Can you guys all see?
Yep.
All right.
I can. It's at the bottom in the middle.
All right. Let me zoom you all out. Excuse me.
Dynamic lighting's having a bit of a hissy, but I think I can see.
All right. So there you all are. You're all on this line, and as you can see, there's the man who is sort of taking stock of the situation here. It's this rather sort of effete-looking gentleman right there. And then, of course, his finely tailored, although horrifically ghoulish assistants, who all have name tags, Mo, Larry, and Curly, it seems. So...
Is it eating a body part as we're standing in line?
Let's just go with it. Let's go with it. It's fine. Ghouls will do what ghouls will do.
Everybody needs a snack at work.
Yeah. It's a ghouls world, and we're all just players in the ghouls game.
Matt?
Yes.
I think my lighting is a little bit effed up.
Uh-oh. Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look. No, it should be all right. Actually, I just tested it, so you should be okay.
Okay. I'll just refresh the stream.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Or refresh Roll20. So,
Yeah.
Yep, the four of you step up, and the guy at the front, whose name you still have not yet gotten, is yeah, he he says, hold on for 1 second here. Let's double check what I've got. He looks at your invitation.
I'm holding it very close to my cleavage, by the way.
Oh, okay. Super. Yeah. He looks at the finery that you're wearing, and also looks at the other three of you, and says, may I see your other? I assume are the four of you with each other, or you by yourselves?
Indeed, we are.
May I see your invitations as well, please?
Friends.
As you wish. As you wish. And
I sort of step to the
Hold it out.
side to allow them to present their invitations.
Mikmick takes a while to actually try and find the invitation. He can't remember which pocket he put it in.
Okay.
But he does mention to put it out.
You guys can.
You'll have to forgive my tiny friend. He'd lose his head if it wasn't screwed on.
He sort of smiles affably down at you and says, "Yes, of course, yes, of course." The four of you actually can see past the man and the ghoul guards, shall we say, inside the enormous doors that are wide open and streaming beautiful lights, golden lights from the inside of the estate's ballroom or main hallway inside where you assume is the masquerade ball. You can see occasionally you see people milling around. They're all dressed in beautiful ball gowns. Some of them have the hairstyle up in that sort of poofy style that you remember from before. They're all wearing either finely crafted masks that some of which completely cover the face, some of which cover just the sort of top half of the face. But they're all either milling around, sort of doing graceful bows, gentle waves, and being very, very effete and very, very, shall we say, socially kind to one another. I would like the four of you, after you've presented these particular documents, to make well, it is a deception check. I'm going to call it what it is because these are, in fact, forgeries. But you must, of course, state your name. Whether that name be real or not, that is your choice.
Do the invitations have names on them?
They do not. Because this is a masquerade ball. They are simply invitations out to the general public who receive them. By all means, go ahead and choose your names. And while you do that, actually, I do see that in chat there is a redemption. Fantastic.
Whoa.
First of the night. It is a redemption of the common Taruka deck, and it is aimed at Mikmick. All right, Mikmick, this one's on you, my friend. So let's go ahead and pull from the common Taruka deck, and let's see what we get. Here we go. It is... What is this one? Let me see if I can blow it up for you. Oh, I see why. Okay, let me see if I can do that here. It is indeed the Beggar. I don't think we've seen this one yet. And if you mouse over the Beggar, it says sudden change in economic status or fortune. Oh dear. Okay.
Well, he's already broke as shit, so maybe he's suddenly wealthy.
It may be. We shall find out. And it is, of course, as we know, common Taruka decks, if they're not cursed, they have a distinctly positive effect. So let's go with what this particular Taruka Tempt the Fates is. For the Beggar, here we go. Oh my. This one you might want to take, sir, but that is your choice. For the next 24 hours, you gain the ability to cast Charm Person as a second-level spell. Once you use it, you cannot use it again until you finish a short or long rest. How do you fare, sir?
It's a good question. I think I might take it. Just
Okay. You have
yeah.
As you do so, you sort of see this rather destitute individual who sort of like almost groveling, like comes up to you and like sort of alms for the poor. And as you do so, the ghouls go and they growl at him. He's like, and he just runs screaming out towards down to the dock. And you just feel like in your heart, Mikmick, that this old man, this destitute, poor, impoverished man, he reminded you of someone who you knew, perhaps a long time ago. But that memory quickly passes, and you feel somehow emboldened with an ability that you did not have before.
So is Charm Person in the what you call it? The can I get it out? Alpha Roll 20.
Oh yeah, you want to hear what,
Yep.
what charm person is? Absolutely. So charm
Yeah.
person, yes, charm person in the here we are. Charm person is you attempt to charm a humanoid you can see. It must make a wisdom saving throw and does so with advantage if you or your companions are fighting it. If it fails the saving throw, it is charmed by you until the spell ends or until you or your companions do anything harmful to it. The charmed creature regards you as a friendly acquaintance. When the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by you. This initiates the charmed condition. The charmed condition on the creature that you have, if you have indeed successfully charmed them, is that they can't attack the charmer or target the charmer with harmful abilities or magical effects, and the charmer has advantage on any ability check to interact socially with that creature. It says nothing about other people, though.
Okay.
There you go.
Ooh.
Question, Matt.
Yes.
Where you said that it can be used once per long rest, is that just a spell he has now?
So he has the spell for the next 24 hours, which he can use, and it
Okay.
recharges after every short or long rest.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I misheard you.
Not at all. All right. So, with that said, I'd like you to please to tell me your names.
Contessa Duana of the 5 Fathoms.
I'm gonna write that down because that was great, and I will not remember it. So, give me a second. Contessa Duana. Duana what? Get it?
Here, I'm putting it in chat.
Thank you.
Oh, except
Contessa Duana of the 5 Fathoms.
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 Finger slip
That's
of the
okay.
5 Fathoms.
No problem. No problem. All right. Contessa Duana of the 5 Fathoms. Good. Excellent. Who's next?
Evelyn Eventide.
Evelyn Eventide.
Yes.
Nice.
All right. Ooh, Claudiu. Claudiu says, Claude. Just Claude. Guy looks at him like, just Claude? Yes, I'm an artist. We have just, names, single names. It's an artistic choice. Guy says, okay. And he looks down over at Mikmick. You?
And Mikmick is just not going to change his name. He's just going to say he's just Mikmick because he's not creative enough to think of another name for himself.
Okay, so it's just Mikmick for Mikmick.
Mikmick Montgomery.
Mm,
So Claude.
Montalban.
God. Yes. Welcome to Mikmick Island. Okay. All right, very cool. Can you type your names into chat, please, so we remember what they are?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
I think you can remember mine.
Yeah, I'll remember yours. You should be fine.
Mm,
Contessa Duana of the 5 Fathoms. Excellent. Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Barnamos Brave, for the sub. Appreciate it. And, yeah. Let's move on. Here we go. Okay, so the 4 of you stand at the front. You have clearly done some form of deception here. Please make, this is going to be a group deception check.
Okay.
Let's see how you fare. I'm going to do
So
it
it's
for...
average.
It's deception, yes.
Oh, come on.
So that is a 9. That is a
Oh,
7.
my God.
That is a 4.
Oh, my God.
No.
Wow. Just wow. Here we go, Claudio. Come on, bring up the average here. Bring up the average. This is deception. He's got a +1 to deception. Got a 12. Okay. So, what is the average?
Nice. Why?
If more than half the characters get an... Okay. Let me think this through here. 8 or higher. Yeah, I've got half the characters. Okay.
Actually,
All
could
right.
I add a D6 to that?
Can you add a d6 to that for what reason?
I use my knowledge from past life.
Let me see that in chat. See if that is applicable.
After I see the roll, I can roll a D6.
Any roll?
Any roll. That uses a skill.
And is that at like a one-time day deal, or what is that?
Uh, well, with my current level, it's two
2 times a day.
times a day.
How do you wish to use your knowledge of a past life to make this deception check somewhat better?
Um, I'm thinking to the back. It's more Mikmick thinking about what he can do to make it sound like or make it sound better for the whole group.
Okay, so tell me what it is that you say.
Um,
It doesn't say that he remembers something.
Yeah, but he has to have some kind of interaction here, right?
Ah,
um,
gotcha. Okay.
well, I think he'll say to the guard, sorry, I'm just a coach driver here, and I'm just transporting these dignitaries.
Oh, you're the coach driver.
Yes.
You received an invitation then?
Yeah, well, it was sent to another person that couldn't be here, unfortunately. So,
Oh, I see.
I do like to reward my servants for a job well done.
Well, he does have quite a spiffy uniform, I'll be perfectly honest. I see that. All right, I'll allow that. Go ahead and roll your d6 and let's see how well you do.
okay. 3, so
So
that
it's a
brings it
total
up
of a
to 10.
10. All right. So, the man in front, the bouncer, the door checker, whatever you want to call him, says, would you mind showing me your invitations one more time, please?
I'm going to sort of brush up against him and say, is that really necessary? I don't want to be late. It would be terribly rude.
I understand completely. Would you mind if I simply took a very, very brief look at those invitations?
Do you really need to look any closer? I'm going to hold it right above my boobs.
The ghouls sort of step in, who clearly don't care about your boobs, unless they want to eat them. Say they just like.
I'm trying to make a persuasion.
Oh, I
I'm trying to
know.
persuade him.
I know, but the
I know, okay.
charisma check has already happened, so he's countering with
I know. I'm using a different tactic.
sexy tactic.
I'm a bard. Come on.
I know.
I'm a bard with boobs.
He says, yours is acceptable. May I see the others?
Sure, here you are. Hold it out.
He sort of scans it, looks at you, looks down his nose at your dress, Amnestria. He's like, ugh. Your fabric is torn in several spots. I can't have you coming in looking like that, and certainly not this gentleman. And he points over at Claudiu and he says, there are just wine stains all over your doublet, sir. I can't have this.
But that's the latest fashion.
Or
were you unaware?
I am very well aware of the fashions here in Dementliu.
Oh, I'm not speaking of in Dementliu. We travel abroad quite regularly, and I assure you, it is the height of fashion in the Isles.
What isles do you speak of?
Well, the Far Isles, of course. You've not been?
I can't say that I've ever left Dementliu, actually.
Oh, well, that is a shame. It's quite lovely. You should go there sometime. Quite easy to reach by boat.
Well, as the Duchess wills, of course.
Of course.
Right, of course.
If you are to be accepted into the masquerade, we will simply have to tidy you up some. I do need to have some way of making sure that the four of you meet a more a more high level of acceptance here. It's just that I mean, the invitations are fine. It's just that your outfits are they're not the most high quality, shall we say.
My outfit is not the most high quality. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes,
You did.
I'm not sure that it's of the most proper attire. You'll have to perhaps polish up your metal buckles, mend your fabrics, clean your jewelry, so forth and so on, before we can allow
I'm
you
quite
to.
offended by this man's attitude, are you not, my friend? I say to Amnestria.
I am absolutely offended.
Oh, I'm sorry you
You
feel
have
such
no
offense.
idea.
Oh, do go
You
on,
know
please.
things. Oh, I absolutely will. I have been through a great many things in distress. I had an attempt on my life in distress, and distress has been with me for a very long time. Yes, it has some rips and tears, but you would have some rips and tears too if you were buried in it.
The ghouls, like all three of them, go. And the man in the front says, "I'm sorry, did you say buried in it?"
Yes, I did. She's going to hold up her hands and show a rather really pretty signet ring that the engravings on it are a little worn. You can't really make out what it says, but it's clearly from some kind of high house.
He sort of stops for a second and looks at your ring. Uh, I'm not quite sure I understand. Why were you buried in these clothes?
My sister attempted to steal my life, and I will attempt to steal hers. But for now, I'd like to enjoy this very wonderful gala.
I don't know if that necessarily excuses you, but that said, the others, however, in your party do require some touch-ups.
I do beg your pardon. What exactly would you change?
Oh, your. I would say that your dress needs perhaps a little bit of. It needs to be a little tightening up, for example. A little bit of material that I'm not necessarily sure is of the best quality.
You would tighten this dress. I can barely walk as it is.
Uh,
Are you certain your eyes work perfectly well?
my eyes work very well indeed.
Can I try something?
Absolutely. What would you like to try?
Well, he's going to see if he can get Amnestria's attention just by giving her a quick tug on her skirt, and then pretty much gesture to her to lean down, and he pulls out his lint of light that he had got basically in the first few that he made pretty much first time he got into the Artificer character level.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, as soon as he leveled up,
The lint.
and he tries to put it behind one of her like a necklaces or something like that, so it has a little like inner glow coming from it.
Right. She would bend down and do as you say. I mean,
Yeah.
or at least follow what you were trying to instruct her to do.
So it makes her jewelry look more bright, essentially.
Okay. That's cool. I like this. What do you do, Amnestria, now that this necklace has sort of an inner glow?
I'm gonna just push my hair back. Better.
Oh my, he says as you turn back in his direction, like a slow-mo, like whoosh, Like the whole like hair goes back in like a wave, and then the guard goes, "Oh, oh," and you just like it like zooms in on his face as his eyes go straight to your necklace. He's like, "Oh my, that's something I've not seen before." Man, and you just like his hand sort of like slowly comes up to it, just like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I do apologize. That's quite the interesting locket that you've got there."
Thank you.
I'd say that certainly makes up for your attire's current state. Didn't realize that you had such a unusual piece of jewelry.
You'll find that there's a great many things about me that you will be surprised by.
Oh, well, it is Dementlehu after all. We all have to keep our most delicate secrets to ourselves, don't we?
As this is going on, Muadnhait is just going to hum lightly to herself as she sort of traces her hands over the fabric of her gown and casts Disguise Self. The only thing I am changing is that I am making the fabric of this dress appear to be the richest midnight blue velvet with threads of silver and pearlescent beads throughout.
Awesome.
And then
Go ahead, you finish. No, please.
And then I will step back into his line of sight and say, "You may want to check your eyes if you're trying to tell me that this is cheap."
Oh my god! And like he just like looks at you like you've just come into view like Cinderella at the ball. Like it is a complete and total Princess Diaries moment. He's just kind of like aghast, no pun intended, at the enormous change that has overcome you, Muadnhait. Claudio looks at you and he goes, "Holy shit. That's... Whoa." That's good. Like I said, we all have things, artistic demeanors, don't you see? And the guard says, "Oh, I was unaware that your dress had such a... Is this a... I've seen magicians, perform tricks with their finery. This is clearly a very, very able trick. I do appreciate that."
I would say my friends could do the same, but really you don't want to spoil the surprise. Part of our charm, you understand.
Of course. I do understand. Ladies, please. And he sort of bows deeply. And you see that as he does so, he has like this beautiful coif of golden hair. And as he bows deeply, you see that in the very back of his head, there is a bald spot. And he's like, "Yes, please." And he gestures the two of you to move forward. Leaving
Surely you would not.
Claudiu and Mikmick.
Oh, you can continue.
No, leaving Claudiu and Mikmick.
Do you mean to deprive us of our escort?
Oh no, each in their turn, of course. Claudiu steps up. Let's see.
I will walk past him, but I'm going to
got.
stand here next to this ghoul and wait.
Okay. Ghoul smells like absolute shit. Like he smells like rotted flesh. He's wearing this really tight, like sort of tuxedo, like red rotting tuxedo, and just like a pointy masquerade mask of his own, but it's just poorly made and cracking in places. You can just see the yellow eyes behind it and the sharp, horribly sharp needle-like teeth stained with red. And he's just sort of like sort of looks you up and down too in a strange way. Claudiu, let's see.
Is the door check guy wearing a mask?
He's not, actually. He's the only person who is not wearing a mask. Good question.
Unless you count covering up that bald spot.
Yes, I'd say that's part and parcel of it. Claudiu, what kind of...
the rules do say literally or figuratively.
This is true. All right, let's see what kind of bullshit Claudiu's got in spells-wise. He has Disguise Self as well. but he hasn't prepared it. But he has prepared something else. So he's going to say, "Listen, friend." And he just reaches out with his hand and gently brushes the guy's shoulder and looks at him in the eyes, and there is a moment that this gentleman will have to make a wisdom saving throw. He's not the brightest guy, but we'll see how things work out. Oh, we got a +2 to wisdom. Here we go. Oh, he rolled an 18. Shit. and the guy stares back at Claudiu like, "Why are you touching my jacket?" Claudiu's like, well, I mean, it was just a nice jacket, so I thought I might, get some advice, fashions advice. He's like, "I felt strange there for a moment, I felt like we had a thing, like for a second, that you and we saw eye to eye." The guy says, "Nope, didn't see eye to eye at all. I still, however, would like your jacket to be cleaned and pressed. I'm afraid we're going to have to get those wine stains out of it if you're going to be entering the ball." Claudiu says, "Okay, well, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, so I guess I'll just sit this one out. I'll sit this one. I will wait for the three of you, assuming that Mikmick is allowed entrance. Right, Mikmick? Right?"
Say yes.
I think the guy said that I was all good to go in, but
Oh, he said that. No, he said the girls were okay. So you're gonna have to, belly up to the bar, so to speak.
I'll give it a go.
Okay, yeah. Give it more than give it a go. Just give it your best. Yeah, let's go. I'll just hang out here.
You
Maybe I can try getting in a different way.
And Mikmick will approach the guy and just say, sorry if this is a little bit off topic, but these three bouncers, if you will, they your doing, or?
Oh, you mean the three? No, they're not my doing. They're the Duchess's personal guards, of course.
Does she do that often?
Do what?
As in, well, it looks like these are reanimated bodies. It's something that I myself.
Well, we all have to
little
make do with what we have, of course. They make the most obedient servants, the Duchess, of course.
I mean, though I'm only a coach driver, I would like to speak to the Duchess about how she makes these. It's kind of an area of interest of mine.
Yes, I'm sure that you would. So, you will, of course, like everyone, if you are admitted to the ball, be able to interface, encounter the Duchess. Perhaps she'll even invite you to a dance tonight. We shall see. I wouldn't interface too closely with her, though. People tend to not enjoy that particular interaction if it doesn't go well.
I think I get what you're talking about, but secondly, you said that there was you could clean up, or you could get, or their friend Claude here to clean up. I know that there's some people that can do that magically. Do you know anybody that can do that?
I myself am not a user of magics, no. I do not have any interactions with others who do have those powers, of course. There are enchanters and apothecaries in town across the bay, but I myself do not know of any.
Because, I mean, if need be, I would rather Lord go in and me stay out. I mean, I am only a coach driver, and I have no real reason for being here.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You were given the invitation, so if you prefer to give your invitation away, or I can simply remove it and destroy it right now if you'd like.
I was rather thinking about Claude taking my invitation.
Yes, as I said,
And
it's
letting
not the
him in.
invitation really that matters, it's the finery, it's your attire, specifically.
Well, I mean, I could, can you just give me a moment? I
Certainly,
think I may be able to spruce him up a little bit.
take as much time as you would like in order to make your friend a little bit more presentable, and perhaps yourself. Perhaps in a few moments, your friends will join you again.
Yeah.
Very well.
And he'll take a step back and he'll just have a quick think about what he can actually do.
Okay.
Because he doesn't have disguise self, so anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Claudiu sort of like takes you aside for a sec. He's like, come here. Just get over here. And he like walks over to the fountain over here to the south. And he like motions you to come over to him.
Well, you can't see where he is.
You don't have vision again still?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I have vision. The lighting's updating, but as I said, if you look at the Discord, you can see what I see.
I think I
The
know.
lighting's all...
Oh, it's because you. Okay, let me see if I can do this. I'll just give you bright light for 60 feet. There, done. There you go.
Ah, okay, cool.
There you go. All right, perfect. Lighting. All right, it is what it is. Yeah, he sort of. Listen. I don't know if both of us are going to be able to get in. I tried to charm him. I guess he's kind of a little bit smarter than I thought he was. So that didn't work out too well. I'm not really one to press my luck. I've got a couple of other spells that I can do. For example, I can do a disguise self and make myself look like someone completely different. Or I can just, do something really awful and something that'll completely blow our cover. I just don't think that's a good idea. Not really prepared for this kind of contingency. So at this point in time, it's either disguise self or kill everybody in the entire ball.
I mean, as you saw, I was able to shine up Amnestria's pendant a little bit. I could do something similar to you, but I mean, I have noticed you are a little bit adverse to light, so I don't want to discomfort you.
I'm sorry, what do you mean? What do you mean?
What will he do? Because essentially, Mikmick is thinking about using the light cantrip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, light is not sunlight, right? So that's not a big
what I was
deal.
just double checking.
Nah, he doesn't give a shit about that.
Okay. The question is, I think only one of us can go in. And I mean, it's probably better for the more charismatic people inside.
Okay. Listen, I'm more than happy to take it on for myself. I'll have to cast Disguise Self on myself then. Make myself look perhaps a little bit more akin to what he wants, but it's only for an hour. I hope this thing is over in an hour.
Well, I mean, we only just have to get in the door. Once we're in the door, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, I don't know. There's a... And he points inside. There's a few more of those really awful looking creatures inside. And you do see that milling amongst all of the different people inside, there are ghouls with serving trays sort of loping through the ballroom, serving canapes and drinks to the guests inside.
Well, I mean, if you're going to follow what we were talking about the other night, and just heading to the bar and seeing if you can chat up a few slightly intoxicated people, it would make sense that your fineries would go down a little bit during the time you were there.
Listen, I'm cool with whatever you want me to do. To be honest, Mikmick, it's your choice.
Okay, so I think what we'll do is, I think you may just disguise yourself, and just like what Muadnhait did, and just make you that red leather or red velvet or whatever that.
It's velour,
that
but that's
is.
okay. Yeah, yeah.
Red velour, pop a little bit more and remove the stains.
Sure. Okay, it'll be for an hour. Hopefully it passes muster, and then you'll just hang out here.
I was thinking, let me just see if this will work. And he will cast the cantrip light on himself, but it needs to be cast on an object, right?
Yep.
Would he be able to cast it on his artificial eye?
Absolutely. I've seen DMs get really pissed off when when people or characters, whatever, players, whatever, cast light on enemies' body parts, like on their eyes, that completely blind them and shit. I don't do that from a combat perspective, but if it's going to be the kind of thing where you just like have a glowing eye, like a flashlight eye kind of thing going on, I don't have a problem with it. It's going to make
it's going to be similar to that, but the illusion of the gear is kind of blocking the main light, so it's just like the ring light around the eye.
Okay.
And of course, the goggles also contain the light mostly.
Okay. It's an interesting look, that's for certain.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a little bit more of a shiny eye, if you will.
Got it.
Shiny goggles.
Yeah, it looks like a headlamp.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. All right, cool. Claudiu is like, okay, well, here goes nothing. And then he sort of casts disguise on himself. Disguise self, of course. And Claudiu no longer looks very pale anymore. His hair is much more lustrous. His frame is more sort of, I would say, Gaston-like, shall we say? And his cape, instead of sort of just being sort of like a dark red, is much more sort of like a rich, like not like pure red, but just like a more sort of pinkish red, like just on the verge of pink. He's like, now, I do not know if this is going to work, but we can only hope.
That's the best we can hope for. It's not like we can get in on our charmer alone.
All right. Well, here goes nothing. And he walks back over to the front. As he does so, I don't know, Muadnhait and Amnestria, what's your reaction to seeing Claudiu in this new form?
Wow.
I sort of look him up and down and I say, now there's a man I'd like to drown at sea.
The guards look at you like...
And I just smile at them.
Sort of slowly look over at you. Turn back, not saying a word, just...
Yeah, Claudiu sort of like saunters up. He does his best sort of like it's really awkward looking because he doesn't know how to saunter, so he's just like, Like he's like trying to dance his way up to the front a little bit. It's looking more like two wild and crazy guys in a weird way. And Mikmick is right behind him, just like with a just flashlight glowing eye, just walking up behind him like really disturbing. The guy at the front says, "Okay. Definite improvement. Definite improvement. I'm all right with this. With this look. I'm very good with it. So that'll work for me. You may," and of course he does the whole bowing thing, bald spot and all. "You may enter. Enjoy yourselves at the ball."
And he says that to both of us, or just
To both of you,
Claudiu?
yes.
Yes.
As he does so, he's sort of the ghoul's part, so to speak. And you all four can go in, if you'd like.
Well, technically now I do have that light aura, so
Okay, perfect.
technically speaking.
It was like it was meant to be.
But,
Okay.
yeah, I think the light's safety, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. As you all enter this enormous palace, the music. Well, first of all, the sound of the docks goes away, and you do hear sort of a flowing sort of music play over the entire space. And you do, as you look into the grand ballroom, see that there are indeed quite a lot of people in here, all of which have, of course, masks on. Let me see if I have a description of what this ballroom looks like. Let's see. No, I don't actually do. Here's what I can say about the ballroom. The ballroom itself is very wide, has these enormous sort of ionic columns coming up through the entire space. It has carpets, red carpets and purple carpets running to and fro. There is a space in the middle which assumes some kind of a dance floor. And on both sides of the space, there are tables set for food and drink on the left and the right. You do, however, as well, see over here, there's a raised platform. There are a few musicians up there, all of which are masked, a piano player, or harpsichord player, whatever you want to call it, a large bass, as well as violinists who are playing. There are servants and guards, human and ghoul, all over this place. The most sort of egregious decoration, or I shouldn't say decoration, but object in this entire place is a enormous ebony staircase, ebony and gold staircase, which goes up to a landing and then splits and goes up to a higher floor and comes and sort of circles around, so that there's actually like a balcony atop, so that people can look down on the proceedings.
Is there anybody on that balcony, or is it empty?
It is empty. Now, you do remember that you are here to obtain information about Radaga. And that the best way to obtain this information is to interview and speak with the partygoers, all of whom seem to be of a higher sort of echelon of status, perhaps than you are attempting to be, or maybe you're at the same level. Who knows? It depends. They're all masked. There are, I would say, on the order of maybe half a dozen or maybe a dozen people who seem to be of perhaps even higher status than the average partygoer. They have sort of crowds of people around them. Those people are sort of fawning around them and sort of laughing politely. Ha 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 ha. That was my best fawning laugh. And you would assume that those people probably have some kind of information in that they are members of society. So, bump elbows as you will.
I'm going to sort of sweep grandly to the center of the room. And then survey to sort of see. Because I couldn't really see from where we were. What sort of people are milling about.
Okay. Amongst all of the different partygoers, you do see most of the guests are clustered on the sides, as perhaps the dance has not yet begun yet, or at least that part of the ball's proceedings. So you do happen to spy, all of you, I should say, spy that there are, among all the dozens of people here at the ball, that there are 8 partygoers that seem to be perhaps more well-to-do than the others. So I will tell you what they look like and what you don't know who they are specifically, but they all have different masks on. Many of these masks are masks of animals or masks of actually they're all masks with animal sort of
Do I see somebody in a ghillie suit?
You don't, but I'll tell you what you do see, and I'll individually go through each one. What you do see, I'll start with the top. By the way, you do happen to see, of course, there are rather heavily armed guards by the stairwell, and ghouls that are walking to and fro, presenting drinks and food. Here's what you see. Over here on the left-hand side, you do see a guy, and he has a mask, but it looks like it's a mask that is a swarm of bees.
Oh, no.
Interesting.
Yep. That's
Must be the beekeeper.
that is a definite, interesting swarm of bees mask. There is another person. I'm just going to go clockwise around the corner. Following to the left, you do see another individual. This one has a mask. Is a girl. Obviously, you can see from her hair flowing down in her dress. But it has a sort of a bird like mask going on there. Let's see. Oh, yes. Directly underneath, or to the south, I should say, of her, there is another individual. This one actually is not so much more of a guest as he is as well, carrying a tray of canapes and of drinks, but he has a very sort of poorly fitting mask that looks like some kind of a mammoth skull. That sort of like comes over like the top part of his face and just comes down, curls around. He does not look like he's extremely happy to be here. You can see immediately just from his sort of overall body language, he's just sort of like moping around. Directly south of him, there is a very clearly enormous half-orc who is wearing some kind of a serpent mask. And to the west of that individual, there is a person who is wearing some kind of a butterfly mask. Following south,
the gender of that person?
You could assume that it is a female or someone in female dress, I should say.
Okay.
Okay. And then the person directly south of her, over by the tables to the south, there is a person who's wearing, this is again another female wearing her hair up in this sort of like beehive hairstyle, but she's wearing a mask that actually looks kind of like a jellyfish with these long tendrils sort of sweeping out into the right. Let's go over to the other side of the room, where there are other guests as well. There is a guest I would say probably to the immediate east of Amnestria, beyond the guard. or I should say the guards. And that is a woman wearing a fox mask.
And Claudiu is wearing the wolf mask.
A lot of predator and prey thing going on. Directly north of the fox mask lady, there is a gentleman wearing an elephant mask. Directly north of him, standing by the platform of the band, is a woman with bright red hair wearing a very somewhat almost face revealing, like it doesn't really mean very much that she has this mask on because you can see her face under it, but it's sort of like a spider mask, a web kind of thing going on. Yeah. And then finally, to her west, by the stairwell, or looking quite close to it, is another individual. This one with a sun. This one looks like it has this sort of emblazoned sun mask on her. The thing about that is that underneath the mask, you see that her eyes are golden.
Okay, and Amnestria's got the crescent mask.
Indeed. Sun and moon. So, Claudiu immediately goes for the bar. That is the first place he goes. So let's go ahead and move him on over. Claudiu's like, I will see you later, and yeah. And then he just immediately just walks over to the bar. What do the three of you guys want to do?
Having surveyed the room, I am going to circuitously, sort of following this route laid out by these fancy carpets. But, how shall I put this? Very obviously make my way towards the gentleman in the elephant mask.
Excellent. While I have you...
Purposefully, that's the word I'm looking for.
Absolutely. It is worthwhile mentioning that we had another redemption in chat. This is for inspiration. And that will go to you, Sarah. You get inspiration.
Thank you, stranger. I accept.
I would hope you would. No inspiration for me! I don't want it!
All right.
Continue.
I'm going. So yes, following the rugs. I'm trying to, once I am within a reasonable range, make eye contact as I through the mask, purposely walk towards him.
Mm-hmm. Elephant mask guy?
And then yes, elephant mask guy.
Okay.
And then as I reach him, sort of incline my head in a slight greeting.
Okay.
And smile.
He does as well, sort of incline his head. You see that this mask is a large gray elephant mask. It's got this long, flexible looking snout. And under the mask's chin, you see that there's, instead of tusks, you see broken pieces of pottery sort of jutting up. And, yeah.
I don't believe I've seen you before.
He wordlessly sort of sidles next to you and goes, and then he sort of like playfully puts his snout on your shoulder. That was a good one, yes?
Absolutely, and I'll sort of run my fingers down the snout.
Oh my, quite forward. I like you. I don't think I have had the pleasure of your acquaintance.
Oh, by all means, I am the Contessa Duana of the 5 Fathoms.
Oh, you may want to keep your voice down, Contessa.
Oh, and why is that?
Because we are not allowed to... Well, we certainly can let others know our names, but faces, no. Faces, no. We keep our faces under the masks, yes?
Well, yes, that's my face is under the mask.
Well, yes. Let's remain that way, yes. Contessa Duala, yes? Duana, yes. I am Gilbert Moreno of House Moreno.
Of course you are. Well, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Pleasure to make yours. Perhaps later you will gift me with a dance, yes?
Oh, I love to dance.
Oh, do you? Excellent.
So, I must make a confession. This is my first visit to the Duchess's beautiful home. Have you often found yourself here?
I must say, I have been to her masquerade balls before. It is not a common occurrence with my family, but we do the best we can to get invited, and when we are, we take advantage of it.
Indeed. Why are you not often invited? You seem like a charming gentleman.
Let us say that there are experiences in my past that I would prefer that remain hidden and that not remain able to be seen or understood, shall we say.
Oh, well, now I am intrigued.
Well, perhaps when we get to know each other better, I will let you in on choices that I have made in my life that perhaps have done me well and, on the other hand, have done me wrong.
They seem to have done you quite well from where I'm standing.
Oh, well. I appreciate that.
I wonder what is keeping our dear Duchess.
Oh, yes, I do believe that she will be arriving here on the floor with us all once we have all done due diligence with the party. This is, of course, early on. I would say perhaps an hour or so, and she will grace us.
Delightful.
In that time frame, may I offer you something to eat or drink? And he sort of like gestures to the table nearby where there are plates of food.
I do think a drink would be delightful.
Excellent. And he takes a goblet of wine from one of the place settings and sort of brings it over to you and places it in front of you.
So it's on the table. He's not handing it directly to me.
He is handing it directly to you.
Okay. I want to sort of size him up and see what he's expecting me to do when I take this drink.
Okay, make an insight check.
Alrighty. 13.
Hard to read, to be honest. Maybe it's the mask, maybe it's his body sort of posture overall, but he's just holding it out expectantly.
And have I heard I would not know anything about his house?
No, unfortunately not.
Then I'm going to look him directly in the eyes and smile and take it with one hand.
Okay.
My right hand.
He watches you do it. As you notice, actually, a couple of others sort of like, as they're talking amongst themselves, they sort of like, oh, look over. And then others are just like, and Gilbert sort of looks over at you and goes, I see.
For
Interesting.
your health.
Oh, of
And
course.
I will take a drink.
Okay. It's a very deep, very pungent, very fruity wine. Hits you immediately. Not with the alcohol content, but just with just the pure flavor of it. It's very, very good wine.
Well, that is delightful. I'm liking you more and more all the time, Gilbert.
Well,
Now tell me about yourself.
about myself.
And I'm going to sort of pull him aside to the table for some idle chit-chat.
Okay. When you do so, please make a perception check.
Righty. Perception. There you are. 18.
Excellent. As you pull him around the table to go sit down, you find a sort of off to the side a discarded black velvet mask. Now, you know this is sort of unusual because no one would risk being unmasked or unmasking themselves at the masquerade.
Interesting. I will sort of just casually pick it up and sort of slide it into a pocket, because of course my dress has pockets.
Of course. How could you not
Not
have
being
dress with
obvious
pockets?
about it, just casually do so as I sit down for idle chit-chat with my new friend.
Excellent. Excellent. He sits down, he sort of like stretches out, does one of these things. He says, so what things do you like to talk about?
Oh, I don't know. I'm new here, so... Well, I do love a bit of gossip. Tell me.
Tell you
Should-
what?
I don't know. Who's interesting, who's boring, I
Oh,
should stay away from.
well, everyone is interesting, but I am more interesting than they, I should say.
Oh, of course you are.
Let me see if he has anybody who he specifically tells you that you should stay away from. Yeah, here we go. This guy, Gilbert Moreno. He says, listen, we all want to be respected in society. And between you and me, I mean, why should the Duchess be the only true nobility in Demetliu, yes?
I do agree. But she does seem to have a rather firm hold, yes?
Oh, always has.
I wonder why.
There are things that the Duchess has done I would not wish on any man. But, after all, she is a ruler, and he looks over at you, and you see the eyes under the elephant sort of like burn into you, and says, rulers rise and fall every day.
Just like the sea.
I wouldn't know. I hate the sea.
Well, nobody's perfect. At any rate, what of her friends? If one wanted to be close to the Duchess, who would I don't know, speak to? I wanted to get to know her better.
Get to know her better? Very few, if anyone. She trusts no one. Only herself.
No one.
No.
Well, I'm certain she has some friend.
I would not
I was
call her a friend.
Who would you not call a friend?
There is a woman who the Duchess is associated with. She is a somewhat knowledgeable woman. She's powerful knowledge. Her knowledge of the arcane. She is this. What did they call her? Starts with R. Cannot remember.
Well, that's a pity.
Hmm.
So the Duchess likes?
She seems to know her. I do not know if she likes her. I do not remember very much about her. She did spend some time here with the Duchess, but not too much time.
Did? But not recently? She wouldn't be here tonight, would she?
I do not see her around because she would be in disguise, so I would not know, to be perfectly honest. But
Oh, but certainly you know who someone is despite their mask.
It
yes?
depends.
I'd know you anywhere.
It depends. For example, that one over there, and he points all the way on the other side of the ballroom, and he points to the sort of like light green skinned half orc, and he says, "Now that one, I know that one from a mile away. That is see here, give me a second. That one is Julian Volotin.
Oh, what's his story?
It's a ragamuffin.
Hmm.
I'm sure you can find out more if you wish to engage him in any kind of conversation, although Julian is not... he is not up to what we consider high society's values, shall we say.
Well, why on earth would I want to speak to him when I have you?
Exactly. You take the words out of my mouth, yes?
Indeed I do.
That is her name, I remember it. It comes to my brain
Oh.
like a lightning bolt. Her name, Radaga, that is her. This woman.
An interesting name. I feel like I've heard it somewhere, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Well, if you happen to see her around this evening, I don't know if she knows anyone else here, but I would be delighted to meet her. I too do have a fascination with the arcane.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. God fucking shitballs.
He says, if I remember anything about this Radaga, I will let you know. But enjoy the time that you have before the Duchess puts you to task, yes?
Puts me to task. What should I expect?
Expect the unexpected. And his face sort of gets, it becomes a little bit more serious. The eyes, at least.
What do you mean, the unexpected?
Yeah. Duchess Donaire is, she has very high standards.
I see. Well, I'm certain we can live up to them, yes?
Well, let's hope so.
Hmm.
And we're going to cut from that little vignette to Amnestria. Amnestria, who are you talking to? Who are you engaging?
So I had moved over towards Muadnhait just to try to listen to her conversation a little bit, but I had slowly made my way towards the woman with the spider mask.
With the spider mask, all right. Okay. She sort of sees you coming and sort of sweeps around as she's listening to the music being played by these musicians, who actually, at this moment in time, begin to play a different song. They begin to play perhaps a little bit more of a jaunty tune. And she claps her hands and goes, "Oh, yes, I love this one. I love it. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. Oh, hello."
Hello there. I just wanted to enjoy the music.
Oh, you
Good
are
to
a
see I'm
fan
not the only.
of the music, yes?
Absolutely.
So am I. I am the, how do you say, the mega fan of the music, yes.
Well, I certainly couldn't blame you.
Wonderful to know. Who am I to have the honor of speaking to? I love this moon. This moon, it is wonderful. The mask.
Why, thank you. I didn't really pick it out myself, but it works for the occasion, I think.
I agree, yes. Did not catch your name.
Oh, my apologies. Evelyn Eventide.
Evelyn Eventide. I have not heard this name before.
I'm not from here.
Where are you from? Foreigner, I like it.
Well, you may have heard from where I hail from. That's Mordenshire.
I have never heard of this place. Sorry, what?
Mordenshire. It's
No, this is an unknown place to me.
quite lovely. We have a lot of the same amenities that you have here, but we've made some advances over the years that, well, it's nice to appreciate the classics.
Advances in the art history, the what?
Advances in art, science, music.
Oh well, this is the art and the music. This is what I am all about, as they say.
Well, I can certainly appreciate someone who loves the music.
I am myself an actress, and some would say someone who appreciates the art of performance.
Well, I believe in places like this, you need to have a little bit of ability to perform in front of others, wouldn't you say?
Oh yes, very much so. Performance, it is the life. A life is a performance. Yes.
It certainly is. Although I introduced myself, and I know you're an entertainer, but would you do me the honor of sharing a name?
Of course, my dear. Of course. How rude of me. My name is Ionescu.
Very beautiful name.
Oh, well, that is what they say.
Yes, I do.
How much time have you spent in our beautiful city?
I've been here for a few days now, not too long.
So this is your first masquerade ball, yes?
My first year.
How do you like this beautiful palace?
Well, it's certainly quite the sight.
What things do you do for fun?
Well, that is a very interesting question. I've been known to dabble a bit.
Dabble. What is this word, dabble?
I have done quite a many things over my years. But my most recent endeavor, I suppose, I search for valuable treasures.
Interesting. What treasures do you speak of?
Well, jewels, gems, magical artifacts.
Interesting. The baubles, the necklaces, the rings, the bracelets, the this and that, yes?
Exactly. Sometimes you find them in shops, other times in other places.
I myself, I am not a finder of lost things. I am more of a player of games. I love the games. The games that make my heart soar with life and love. I am so happy when I am the playing of the games.
What sort of games do you play?
Oh, the games of the dice. And she takes out from behind her a pair of bone dice with little spots on them. Make a perception check.
There we go. Perception.
18. Okay. Yeah. She says, well, actually, with your perception check, a couple things, actually, with an 18. You notice that, first of all, Aranye's mask, she has the spider mask, right? In the corners of the mask, there are like a whole bunch of jeweled sort of opals, but you realize that the way that they are arranged, that it kind of looks like spider eyes. Like all of these little sort of spider eyes all clustered around the mask. You see that her red hair is very, very light and thin, like almost like gossamer silk. It sort of moves in the air, almost like it has a life of its own. And these dice that she pulls out, they're polished, but they're clearly made out of bone. That's not, uncommon to have dice made out of bone. But these are very, how should we put it? Recent acquisitions, shall we say. The bone is pure white. She says, now, I love a good dice game. Would you perhaps honor me and in a game of the dice?
If that's something you'd like to do, I certainly can't say no.
Oh, no. I would hope you would not. And I would... Oh. And she looks out the window, and there is a bell tower ringing. And she looks over at you expectantly.
There it is. May the Duchess favor us all.
Oh, yes. May the Duchess favor us all. And as she looks around just to make sure that no one else is not doing it. And occasionally it's like persons don't like either drinking their wine. It's like, may the Duchess favor us all. May the Duchess favor us all. Smiles. You've noticed that the bell outside has tolled 11 o'clock. Yeah, these little games that we play. Would you perhaps like to blow on them? And she puts the dice real close to your face.
That rather superstitious.
Perhaps if you play me in the game of the dice, I will get to know each other more, yes?
And where exactly would you like to play this dice game?
Right here on
See
this, right here, and she gestures just like to the corner of the raised platform. This is as good a place as any, unless you have some more private that you would prefer.
Well, this is my first time here, so I don't really know my way around. So this place is good enough.
All right, roll 2d6. All right, and she's gonna roll as well. She says, "Oh, 4, 2, that's a 6, yeah? Yeah. Let's see if I can beat that." And she sort of juggles it around in her hand, shakes it left, shakes it right, does one of these things, and then, voila! And she gets an 8. Oh, I beat you. Oh, how dear. That is shame.
It is a shame.
Well, I guess we will perhaps have to see each other again when you have better luck. And she scoops up the dice and places it in her dress, which also has pockets. And
all the pockets.
All the pockets, everywhere. And she just
Always pockets.
gives you like a wry wink. Like, I hope to see you again. One of these things. And then walks away from the music table and out into the main place within the ballroom. Mikmick, where are you doing there, Chief? What are you up to? What are you up to?
Well, as soon as Mikmick entered the house, he was intrigued to go and look at these two bodyguards by the stairs to have a closer look at them.
Okay. Yeah, these two are wearing sort of a very shiny plate. They have red capes behind them. They are standing extremely still, like, the guards at Buckingham Palace. But they are on either side of the rather enormous staircase leading up.
Well, I was just going to say, can Mikmick investigate them to see if they are undead in some kind of way? Or re-dead?
Sure. You can make a religion check.
Religion. Okay. Let's see how good I am at religion.
They certainly don't look it.
A 7.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
They look living to you, that's for certain. They look live. Hard to tell if they're breathing under all that plate mail, but they're very, very still.
Okay. Well, after having a closer look at him and basically looking like he's just adjusting his lens and the light coming out of it as he's investigating. So that was the second reason why he came over there, just to adjust it.
Yep.
And so it's not glowing in anyone's eyes or anything like that if he looks at them. Then he'll walk over to the mammoth mask guy.
Okay. Okay. This guy. All right.
guy.
This guy.
This fucking guy.
This fucking guy. Hey. All right. Here we go. Yeah, he as you sort of come closer to him, he sort of swivels in place, and you see that he's carrying a tray of hors d'oeuvres. Looks like finger foods. And he looks down at you. He says, "Oh, pardon me, sir. I didn't see you there. I'm very, very sorry."
No worries, mate. I actually came over here to maybe talk to you for a little bit. Looks like you're the only one here that isn't that happy about being here and doing a job, which is kind of where I am at the moment.
Oh
so-
no, I'm perfectly fine with my job, sir. May I offer you a canapé? And he sort of brings down this tray to your height, and you see a tray that has a whole bunch of at the same time delectable and horrifying looking foods. The first thing that you notice is that a long, graceful hand comes down over your shoulder and picks up something at the very corner of the tray, and you trace the arm back, and you see that there is a very, very beautiful woman with red hair and a spider mask. And she takes this sort of perhaps piece of seafood, not quite sure exactly what the hell it is. It's got sort of like little legs coming off of it, and she just looks at it and she goes, yes, delicious. Oh, the flavors, they burst into my mouth. I love it. I need a drink. And then she goes and she immediately leaves you with this guy and walks over to the bar. And as she leaves, the man holding the tray says, "Oh yeah, sorry about that." And clears his voice. He goes, "I beg your pardon. I'm your necro server, Basil. We must always dismember to party on a full stomach. Get it?"
But the only thing is, you don't look undead.
Would you like
not
some
yet.
hors
Well,
d'oeuvre?
maybe on the inside.
I don't know how to pronounce it. Hors d'oeuvre?
d'oeuvres.
Oh, there's the one, yeah. Of course you would. Ha! I make these jokes to keep my life interesting.
You're my kind of guy, actually.
Right.
It's kind of refreshing for me.
Oh, well, I'm glad it's refreshing
It's my
for
kind
you.
of level of jokes.
That's great. You and I are aware of the same brains. Let's hope that these fuckers don't eat it. Oh, get it?
Well, I mean, I think their brains are a little bit too big for us.
No, I was talking about those chaps. And she points over to the needle-toothed ghouls.
Well, I mean, still, our brains are a little bit bigger than those ones.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. With the jokes that I got in my head, you know, got to keep it interesting.
So,
Yep.
what brings you here?
Well,
as
it's
a
kind of my job.
server?
I've got this. The Duchess gave me a job. I might as well do it. Would you like a tray of the food that I've got on here? Here, oh, let me show it to you. And he's going to actually bring you to, amazingly, I'm going to bring you to a map of the hors d'oeuvres. That's right. I said a map of the hors d'oeuvres. Boom.
Meatballs.
I love this.
So as you can see on this wonderful tray of hors d'oeuvres, what seems to be some kind of strange... Oh god, let's see if chat can see it all. There's a lot of types of food on this thing. Let me see if I can zoom out a little bit for you guys in chat. You can see it. Not necessarily centered the best, but I'll do what I can to make sure you guys can see some of it at least. All right. Well, I'll zoom in on the rest of it in a second. Here, let me go and I'll just zoom in and just bring you all around the tray. There we go. That's better. Okay. That's better. So you guys can see a variety of foods that are available. It's a literal mishmash of palatable and perhaps unpalatable foods. One of which has been taken from the edge of the tray. It was sort of like this sort of weird fish-looking thing with legs off of it, leaving the front of it still on the platter. It's this sort of shrimp thing here. So I may interest you in any of these, sir.
Mikmick looks over the tray, and he sees. I mean, I could make a investigation roll to see if he recognizes any of these foods that he knows of, but I don't think he would.
You would definitely not. You seem like you do not understand what these appetizing food particles on my tray may be, sir. Might I regale you with the ingredients I have here that may interest you? Or you can make a nature check if you want. It's up to you.
Can I do both?
Well, yeah, you can start with a nature check, I think.
Yeah, I'll start with the nature check.
God help you.
I don't really know what I see here.
Mercy on your soul.
12 then.
Okay, let me actually bring the things up here for 1 sec, because chat, I think, is a little bit low, so they can't actually see what it looks like. Give me 1 second here, because I think I made a silly mistake on my overlay to make the chat go a little bit too low.
So I think Mikmick's probably looking the most crazy thing on the plate, which is this thing, whatever it is.
The garbage crostini?
Yeah.
Let's see. Hold on just for 1 sec. Okay, there we go. Let's just transition. That is much better. Now you guys can see the actual rolls better. Yeah, a nature check of 12. Okay, I will tell you what you think you know. Is what that is. It's definitely some kind of a crostini. It's got recognizable pieces of cured meat on it. That's pretty much it. It looks like maybe there's little bits of tomato mixed in there too. Yeah. That's pretty much all you know about that particular item.
Yeah. Well, I think Mikmick's going to be eyeing that one, and he's going to look at the mammoth guy and point to it. And can you tell me what that is? It looks interesting.
Which one are you pointing at?
Pointing at this one.
Oh yeah, he says, well, that's we call it bits and pieces. Well, I call it bits and pieces because I made it. It's really just what I could find in the kitchen, mixed into kind of a, what do they call it? It's like a salsa. They call it a salsa. I like that word, salsa. Makes my face feel happy when I say it. Salsa. I toasted a piece of bread and I put the salsa on the bread, and I call it bits and pieces.
Well, why don't I give that a go? It looks interesting. And
All
it
right,
looks like
all
you put
right.
a little bit of work in it.
And he offers you the tray.
So he's going to take that bits and pieces
Mm-hmm.
and eat it.
Okay, you take the bits and pieces from the corner of the tray,
Yeah.
and grab it, and sort of it's in your gnomish hands. It's kind of like the size of like a slice of bread. Like for normal hands, not that my hands are normal, whatever. But for gnome hands that are like the size of a baby's hands or whatever it is, it's like, and you just take this like crostini essentially, and just you see that the bread itself is not toasted; it's just stale. It's hard because it's stale. And yeah, there's all kinds of like things, like little bits of mold and like clippings of ham and maybe some hard cheese. At least you think it's cheese.
You hope it's
You
cheese.
hope it's cheese. For God's sake, let it be cheese.
And do I see a fly on it, or
Do you see a fly on it? Let's take a
Yeah,
look. Let me zoom in.
there's-
Enhance. Enhance. That is, in fact, a fly. Yes. Hold on.
yes?
Let me zoom in and enhance. That is, in fact, some kind of a bug. That looks
Vicky isn't turned off at
amazing.
all.
Oh, that is definitely a bug.
Mikmick doesn't give a fuck. He's like,
He's a gnome.
It's food. Why not use it?
protein. It's protein, man. It's protein. It looks like a tick. Chat says it looks like a tick. God.
Oh my god.
It does.
Oh god.
It does.
Okay, well there you go.
Oh,
hope I haven't-
hopefully it's a dead
I
one.
hope I haven't ruined anyone's meal wherever everybody is in the world. But yes, okay, you eat it. Yeah, it's crunchy. Basil looks down. He goes, "I hope you enjoyed it, sir." Because
It was interesting.
everything's interesting here. So might I interest you in something else? Everybody loves my food.
If I can grab something else, I thought this was a one and done kind of
Oh
thing.
well, not a lot of people really enjoy eating my food. So when I see a hungry customer, I like to stay. I like to stay close, sir.
Okay, then he's going to take that wing, I think it is, or wing or leg or something.
Yeah, that looks like some kind of a wing. With the nature check that you got before, you can't really recognize what the hell that wing would be from, but it's doesn't look like any chicken that you've ever seen. He says, "Oh yes, yes, I can see you like my angel wing."
These are an acquired taste, I can tell you that now, but I mean, once you get them down your gullet, they're not too bad. So I'll just give you a suggestion. That little, what looks like a shrimp left on your plate.
Oh yeah.
And he just gestures over to Muadnhait with the seahorse mask, right?
Mm-hmm.
The lady with the seahorse mask over there, she may be interested in that little shrimp there.
Look at Sarah. Sarah's like, "Don't stop it, stop it." Basil looks across the ballroom. Is like, "Oh yeah, I like the seahorse mask. It's very nice."
I'm over there like tickling Gilbert's trunk,
Oh yeah, 100%.
flirting so hard.
Oh.
Not the only truck he wants to tickle.
It's all good. It's all good. This is not a family show. We are a mature rated show. Basil looks over at the woman and says, I might have some success with the woman next to Elephant Man over there. Yes, okay. Sure, I can't entice you with something other from the tray.
I think I'm good for now.
All right. Enjoy.
I don't want to clear you out just
No, it's fine. I've got more in the kitchen. It's fine.
So speaking of which, have you interacted with the owner of this place? What's her name?
Duchess Saidra Donaire? Yeah, absolutely. She picked me specifically to have this position. Only those that Duchess Donaire sees as worthy would ever be a server on her estate.
What would it take to get a job here?
Well, how much do you like necromancy?
It's an area of interest of mine.
Oh, really? And like he puts the tray off to the side and he says, "What do you like the most about it?"
Well, I mean, the ability to reanimate things that would have otherwise been wasted.
I don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, if a body gets killed, it doesn't do anything. Being a bit of dealing with a bit of necromancy, they can, for lack of a better word, get a second life.
Yeah, that's not really it at all. Nah, necromancy is cool because you get to do things with dead people. That's the real power to it. That's the real cool part of it. I was first thought of as somebody who had a bright future when I was in town because people who wanted to contact their loved ones and communicate with the dead, they would come to me and I'd be able to raise the spirits for a short period of time, but it was boring. No. I'm much more interested in the whole, like, dead bodies thing. They're cool.
We are in agreement. They are cool. And if you want, I can lend you in on a little secret. And he just gestures for him to come in closer.
Okay.
And he just says, "You're actually speaking to one." And he winks.
He sort of like looks in the crevices of your mask. He's like, What do you mean? What do you mean you No, you're not.
Good necromancy.
No. Pull the other one.
What? You want me to pull it?
No.
And he holds up his actual hand.
Yeah, it's turn of phrase. No, he sort of, his voice goes lower. He goes, "No, listen. You trying to tell me that you're not live anymore? How are you? Shouldn't you be like? You should be like them." And he points over to the ghouls.
Yes, those are done by less experienced necromancers. I'm the result of a more advanced necromantic ritual.
But you don't even smell. Like, you don't even have any, like, folly bits that are coming off of you.
Not that you can see because it's all covered up. And, of course, I had a bath.
Oh. Alright. Well, that's interesting. That's really interesting.
But, in other words, would you be able to get me into contact with her so I can talk to her?
Oh, she'll be down within... And he looks over at the bell tower outside the window, which says 11:30. He says, "Oh, she'll probably be down in about half an hour." So that's actually 11:22.
Can you give me an idea of what kind of mask you'll be wearing?
I'm wearing this mask. What are you talking about?
No, I mean the boss of the house.
Oh,
Do you know what
Duchess?
kind
Oh.
Yeah.
It
do
changes
you know
every
what
week.
she wears, or it changes?
Oh yes, she likes variety.
Well, I think we'll be able to spot her when we see her. Then.
Oh, you
I
will
mean-
definitely be able to spot her, if you know what I mean.
Well, I better let you get back to your duties.
I will head over to the lady with the seahorse mask right now. Thank you very much for your patronage. And if you have any other necromancy secrets, just let me know, because I'll be around all night. Thank you! And he pivots, grabs his tray of goodies, and wanders over to the eastern side of the ballroom. At which point, the music, I think, changes to perhaps something a little bit more, even more jaunty. A waltz. It is at this point that the guests begin to sort of move closer in towards the center of the room. And you are more than welcome to follow. Basil sort of like hears the music, almost as if on cue, and he like on the way across to Muadnhait, like stops and says, "Oh, damn it." And then he sort of like stumbles past the ghoul, like going around him, and then heads off around the corner into what you can assume to be the kitchen. All the rest of the guests, the guards, however, stay at their place, but all the rest of the guests sort of move in towards the center of the room. The one who you were speaking with, Muadnhait, Gilbert, says, "Oh, well, it looks like it's magic time." And he offers you his elbow.
I accept.
Okay. And he sort of moves in towards the center. I'll move all the rest of y'all into the guy with the bees mask, butterfly mask. And surprisingly, Claudiu with Orenye Stormare, the red-headed woman with the spider lady's mask, they walk arm in arm towards the center of the floor. Claudiu and Orenye's like smitten. Like, she's looking at Claudiu, who still has this beautifully coiffed hair and this sort of like reddish sort of almost puce lining to his clothes. He sort of like looks over at you as he walks towards the center of the room, and he's like, "Help me." And Orenye is just like, oh, you are so funny. You're so funny. I like you. And the music continues to sort of swell. Okay. And
I'd turn to Gilbert.
Yeah, go ahead.
I turned to Gilbert and say, "Well, do we just stand here or do we dance?"
Oh no, of course we dance. Of course. Sorry, the wrong accent. Spanish accent.
No, you were right.
No.
There you go.
Was that right? Yeah, Spanish accent. Yes, of course we dance. Yes, let us, of course, let us dance. Yes. And
I curtsy.
yeah, he hits you up with a tremunca, whatever they call it, the local dance. Make a performance check.
Oh, come on, dice!
Damn. Yeah,
I'm a
it's
fucking bard, but I can't lie and I can't dance. What
eh.
is this shit?
It happens. It happens to the best of us. Jeez. A couple times Gilbert like catches you, like as you're about to like sort of spin a bit like too far. It's the dress.
The dress is too tight.
The
dress is too tight.
Absolutely, and it's the land, the whole kind of like idea of like dancing on land kind of deal.
True.
Yeah. A couple of times like a couple of onlookers just go, ooh. Like, they look at you as you sort of make a couple of strange moves on the dance floor that maybe they have not yet seen. Gilbert's into it, though.
If I catch anybody laughing at me, I shoot them a death glare.
All right. Fantastic. And
only when Gilbert's not looking.
Of course. But it's a beautiful sort of movement. Occasionally you watch out of the corner of your eye as other couples join the dance floor. You watch as Butterfly Mask and Jellyfish Mask dance together. Dancing on her own is the Sunburst Mask woman with the golden eyes. She's just like dancing on her own. She's like twirling in the middle of the floor. And she is a great dancer. You watch as she does these pirouettes and like jetés and amazing, like she's like a ballerina. And she's just trying to show you up, to be perfectly honest. I'm gonna have Claudiu also make a performance check. See how well he does. There we go.
Watch him nat 20.
You know, it could be worse. Here we go. He's got a +3 to performance. So here we go. Yeah, he rolled an 8.
Okay, he doesn't outdance. He doesn't outdance me.
No, he does not outdance you. And at one point, he actually steps on Aranye's foot. She doesn't say anything, but it's very clear because everyone in the audience goes, "Oh!" And he's like, "Ha ha ha ha." Shit.
Well,
Yes, Mikmick.
I mean, this could be out of character, but he's a blade song wizard, so he would know how to dance in a way.
Yeah, he rolled it. He rolled a 5 on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Yeah. I mean, he knows how to kill people while dancing, but not how to dance people without killing.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So you may get his knife out of you.
Exactly.
Seeing the Sunburst masked woman
Yes.
dancing,
Yes,
I'd
yes,
like
yes.
to dance alongside her, not with her, but close enough to dance with her.
Okay. Yeah, you come over to her, and she sees you sort of coming in closer, and she sort of like puts her hand out to you, and she says, "Yes, dear, I like you already. Come dance with Sarevna Parayona Perfunctory."
I'll take her hands.
All right. So I would like you to make a performance, but make it with dexterity. So make a dexterity check and add your performance modifier.
I only have a +1.
Okay.
And
So that's a total of. So that's a 13.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So wow, this is pretty interesting. She says, "Oh, that move that you did there, I like it a lot. But you must add a little zest to it." I don't know if you guys have ever watched this show because I try not to. It is what's the name of that fucking show? The dance competition show. Dancing with the Stars. It's Dancing with the Stars. Yeah.
Oh, this is perfect because we're wearing the sun and the moon mask.
So you know, like the Italian judge, the one who's always like standing up and he's like, "Let me tell you, you were beautiful, you were wonderful, you had the vive and you had the vigor." Like it is literally that guy as a dancing sunburst mask wearing dance partner.
I love it.
Absolutely. You come to recognize that after a while, she's actually leading you, in a way. Do you want to... I'm going to ask you, if you want to impress her, you can try again, but this will be with disadvantage. Do you want to impress her, or do you want to stick, sort of, you want to stay... You want to sort of stay, keep it safe?
You only live once, Matt.
Hey, that's all good. You do your thing. She steps in. She's interested in what you're gonna do. Well, actually, you know what? If you want to counteract that disadvantage, tell me how it is that you dance in an impressive way. Like, hit me with some word flavor here.
I admittedly don't know really anything about dancing.
Join the club. You fake it till you make it, baby. Let's go.
Amnestria would take her. Let me think. So she's not much of a dancer per se, even though she, kind of had that background. But she's very good at acrobatics, and she's very skilled at dodging things for the most part. So she'd mix in sort of like her combat style with dodging and weaving and trying to avoid getting damaged into her dancing.
Okay. So like flipping over backwards and like that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, there can absolutely be a flip.
Okay,
she has a backflip.
Cool.
Nice.
Tsarevna is into it. She's like, oh, it is like the knife dancing, yes, where the throwing of the knives and then the dodging and the this and that. I like it. So go ahead and you can counteract it. Just do a straight performance check.
I'm sorry, is Hallister here?
Oh, that's just. It's a different song. It sounds like it, but it's not.
Sounds like his
I know,
music.
right?
Like, what did you just do to me, Matt?
I'm sorry.
PTSD over
I'm
here.
sorry. It's the accordion, right? Once the accordion jumps in, you're like, oh.
Oh, shit.
I got a 15.
15. Okay. That's enough, actually.
Awesome.
Yeah, she says, "Oh, you are the quite burgeoning dancer. I like it. Come, sit with me. The Duchess will be down in a few minutes. We have time to catch our breath."
Very well.
She says, "Now I know that you are not here to dance, just to dance. I know that part of what we do, it is to speak about the guests, to learn the secrets of the people here, yes?"
Yes. It's...
Well,
You seem to let...
No, please, I interrupted you. How rude of me. I apologize.
Oh, no, it is quite alright. You seem to know a great deal about these sort of events.
Of course I do. I am Tsarevna Rayona Perfunctory. I know everything about everyone.
You were saying?
Well, who do you wish to know about?
Just one person. Is it Radaga?
Radaga, yes.
Thank you. I asked for the pronunciation of it earlier,
Mm-hmm.
but I kind of just sounded it out myself.
No, that's good. Yeah, it works. Yep. She says, Radaga. How interesting, yes. Well, many of us know of Radaga. I myself have never met the woman. But I hear that she is very interesting to other people here.
Well, she'd certainly be interesting to me. It's my understanding she can... Oh, it's... From what I understand, she can divine certain fates, and there are things I wish to know that not many others can tell me.
Well, perhaps later we will talk of Radaga, but I think it is time to bring ourselves to the stairs, as I believe it is now time for the Duchess to show her face. And she stands up and she sort of like offers you her hand.
I would take it.
Okay. And there is an unsettling quiet. And everyone at the entire ball faces the stairway. Or the staircase, I should say. And deeply bows as you all hear from outside the bell tower strike 12.
May the Duchess favor us all.
And that is exactly.
May the Duchess favor us all.
You hear Claudiu say under his breath, "May the Duchess favor us all." And Mikmick.
Mikmick says nothing.
Mikmick says,
He'll just go.
okay. When you say nothing.
It'll make make a mouth look like he's saying that made the Duchess favor us all, but it was like
Okay, you're way over in the corner, right?
kind of like like at the end of in politics.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
But I said it. I mean, I sort of said it. You're over here, way in the corner, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't join the dance. So
Sure.
sit
Yeah.
down.
The music has completely faded. You've sat on one of the chairs. As you do so, you notice that pretty much the entire audience of people has now sort of clustered themselves around the foot of the staircase here. The guard sort of like peers over his shoulder to you because you're way over here. And he sort of turns over to you, and the woman with the bird mask, who's been standing here the whole time, sort of like moves over to you and says, "Friend, do you need some assistance? It's time."
It's time for what?
It's time.
Time to leave?
No, not yet. It's time to be seen. Please, come with me. You seem very interesting. And she offers you her hand.
I mean, he'll take it and go with her,
Okay.
just to keep up the act.
Sure.
Okay. She says, I like your mask. Do you like mine?
It's very nice. It looks unusually real.
You're funny. I like you. What is your name?
You can just call me Mikmick. I'm no one special.
Everyone's special in their own minds, don't you think?
Depends on who you ask. We're all special in our own different ways. I'm no one special in the financial way, we'll say.
Oh, I see. Well, there will always be time for that, of course. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Rosalind. And, yes. I hope you have enjoyed yourself here. I found it quite boring, but that's just me, of course.
Parties like this are quite boring.
They can be. With the wrong people, of course. But we all try to keep up appearances.
And that's why we're always covering our face to keep up appearances.
That's exactly right.
Kind of backwards, isn't it?
It's sort of, yes, but anyway, please. And she brings you over to the center of the dance area, sort of south of where Claudiu stands with Aranya Stormare. So that you have a really good view, all of you guys do, of the proceedings as a whole. And as the bell chimes midnight, and everyone says the words, or at least almost everyone says the words, "May the Duchess favor us all," you see someone beginning to descend the staircase. And as she begins to descend, everyone in the entire room drops to one knee. What do you four do? I'll say for Claudiu, he does it.
I'd do it.
I kind of look at Claudiu and nod, and I'll stay standing.
Okay.
Mikmick's looking towards the door.
Okay. Gilbert Moreno sort of like looks over at you, Muadnhait, and says, It's time, please. If you need, it's important. Please.
I look down and I say, I thought you said the Duchess shouldn't be the only royalty.
Well, we must keep up appearances until it's time. Please do not make this a big deal, please.
I'll glance over at Claudiu again, shrug, and kneel.
Okay. As this woman descends the staircase, you see that she's tall. She's actually quite striking as she descends on the sort of left-hand side of the staircase and then turns. But when she turns, you don't see that she actually makes contact with the staircase, because as she descends the staircase, it's almost as if she's floating down it. Maybe a foot or two over the staircase itself. She has this very deep blood red dress and an exquisite mask that's sort of very similar to some kind of a stork or maybe a hawk, something with an enormous long beak. And as she descends down the main stairwell, everyone lifts themselves off their knees and begins to cluster around her. They guards sort of interpose and sort of push off the guests for a bit, sort of silently just giving her about 3 or 4 feet of space. But there's all kinds of chatter and hubbub as everyone begins to sort of go closer and closer to the Duchess, trying to fawn their way into her center of attention. What do the 4 of you do?
I'm going to stand back for a moment and observe.
Okay. I'm going to show you what she looks like, at least her token anyway. So she's sort of come down here. This is what she looks like, or at least that's the headdress and gown that she has on. Nice. She has a very sort of strange getup as well. She's wearing beautiful jewelry. Her skin is sort of a darker hue than perhaps the rest of you, or at least those that you've seen in Dementliu. She doesn't have the sort of same pallidity of skin. It's sort of almost a grayish brown, perhaps. Maybe it's makeup, like body makeup. But it's definitely very smooth, very supple skin. You can't see anything of her face at all.
Can I do something a little bit fun?
Hey, we all have definitions of different what fun. So hit me.
Well, Mikmick still got the glowing eye, I think, or is that end after an hour or so?
Light?
How long does the light keep?
Yeah,
I think light only lasts a couple of minutes. So you have to keep recast, but it's a cantrip. You can just
you could just keep casting it if you wanted to.
Yeah, well, I was thinking if Mikmick still got the light on, when he looks up at what's her name, it will be like a kind of spotlights on her.
Okay. You want to like hit her in the face with your light spell?
Unintentionally, and that's why turns towards the door to get her out of the face.
Okay.
So basically, as she comes down, it's like the light flown on the background with the big shadow cast, and then Mikmick realizes, oh shit, I'm the one doing that, and then he turns away.
Yeah, as you do that, like someone whispers, you hear like someone whisper, "Ooh, faux pas, ooh, oosh," and like a couple of people look over in your direction, Mikmick.
And Mikmick's just looking towards the door and kind of half debating on whether she should just walk right out.
That's your choice. One of the party goers sort of one of the, obviously this is not as many people as there are at the ball, right? There's not just like 10 people at the ball. There's hundreds of people at the ball. But the ones that you see as tokens here represented are the ones that are sort of like the most obvious. But there are plenty of people in masquerade masks. That said, one of the guards comes pretty close up to Duchess Donaire's ear, sort of moving over to her, and whispers something in her ear, like, and there's just too much hubbub to try to make it out. Like, it's just impossible to try to hear it. Here, let me give you a little music, actually.
Also, double checked my light is lasts an hour.
Great. Good to hear. So, the guard whispers into Duchess Donaire's ear, and her posture becomes, instead of languid and fluid, it becomes much more rigid. And the guards take positions not too far away from her, actually. Sort of flanking her. One goes here, one goes here. And she steps out into the middle of the carpet here. And she raises her hand for all to be silent. And she smiles so that you can only see the bottom half of her face, surveying the hushed group before her. And with no warning at all, her smile flashes to a grimace. And she says, "How dare you!" And her scream like echoes throughout the ballroom, and the entire crowd, which was like hubbub and ha 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 and before, completely silent. Like aghast. She says, "You who are uninvited, take advantage of my benevolence!" And there is a hushed, absolute pin drop silence. What do you do?
I turn to Gilbert and whisper, "Is this normal?"
Gilbert whispers, No, it's not."
I wonder who she's talking about.
Gilbert just sort of shakes his head. I think we should go. And he begins to sort of move you out the door. And as he does so, you hear the voice of the Duchess. And she says, "Where do you think you're going, Moreno?" And he freezes. The Duchess sort of, faster than you could possibly think, just glides over to you. And she's just enormously tall. And she sticks out a long finger in your direction.
Mine?
In your direction. And with no sign of any compassion, a ray of sickly energy exudes from her finger, and it envelops Gilbert Moreno. And within seconds, he screams, and within seconds, nothing remains of Gilbert Moreno but dust.
Now who am I going to dance with?
Let me show you a fantastic handout. And then we'll go to break.
You always make these breaks at the best times.
I know. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Oh,
All
no,
right.
it's perfect.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me give you guys the handouts for this. Where is that great handout? Oh, it's under handouts. Duh. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. This is it. Boom!
Nice.
That is amazing.
Oh, my lover had such an interesting hairdo underneath that elephant mask. I love that. That's gorgeous.
Into dust.
Turn
Yeah,
to
he's-
dust.
Dust and ash.
And then within seconds of her essentially disintegrating Gilbert Moreno, her smile returns. And she turns to you, standing next to this pile of dust, and says, I like your costume. And then she swivels and floats sort of halfway back up the stairs. And that's where we're going to go to break. All right. So we'll be back in 7 minutes where the rest of this giant shit show of a ballroom, whatever.
Ballroom drama?
Ballroom drama, exactly.
Ballroom Blitz.
Ballroom Blitz, yes, exactly. Will continue. So we'll see you guys in 7 minutes, and yeah, cool. See you in a bit. All right, we're back. So
Let the shit hit the fan.
the shit has hit the proverbial fan. But in the same way that sort of, like, like in Wild West movies where the guy comes into the saloon, the piano player stops playing the piano, waits, violence occurs, and then the guy goes right back to playing the piano.
Everybody goes back to
Yep.
normal, yeah.
It's exactly that same kind of situation. Like, as soon as that guy turns to dust and the Duchess turns back towards her adoring followers and fans, the music just goes right back to where it was.
I feel like he probably has had some practice doing this.
You don't know.
Exactly.
So, what do you guys want to do now?
Closing all of my handouts popped up. I am going to sort of lift my dress slightly so that I can step over the ash pile that was Gilbert. And approach the Duchess.
Okay. Right on.
To a respectful distance. And I will curtsy and say, it's an honor to meet you. Duchess, I've heard so much about you. And I have to say, I don't know what my dance partner did to offend you, but I'm impressed with the way you handled him.
She says nothing. She just looks at you.
Stand there politely and wait.
Okay. She says, after about 10 seconds of just like looking at you, almost studying you, she says, I've never met you before.
You have not, it is true. But I am most pleased to meet you.
How do you know of me?
Well, you are the Duchess Cedra Donaire. Everybody knows of you.
But how do you know of me?
May the Duchess favor us all. It doesn't take much to wonder who the Duchess might be, so I asked.
She almost cocks her head in a very sort of almost bird-like way. And then just sort of slowly rotates her head around, just looking at you up and down again. And then she floats around you, like doing a full 360 around you.
I will simply stand and let her. No
Okay.
reaction.
In the radius of about 10 feet from you, all of the partygoers have moved away from you. and there's like a halo of people, or a circle, I should say, of people that are all clustered watching this interaction. One of those people on the side of the circle is Tsarevna Arayona, and perhaps I would hope as well is Amnestria.
Correct. Been staying near my right dance partner. Really taking a liking to her. She seems fun.
Mm-hmm. So there's like this sort of circle of people now. All Mikmick, I'm going to go ahead and say that you're probably next to Roslyn.
Next to a dust pile as well.
And next to the dust pile. At this, you know what, actually, even better, Basil comes out of the kitchen with like a dustpan and a broom, and he's like, oh god, here we go again.
Waiting for that to happen.
Yep, he was waiting. And he's just like, here we go again. And then just like scoops up the dust and then disappears back into the kitchen again.
Resurrect that now.
Might be a little tough.
You gotta finish that. He's probably.
So yeah, more like this. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Now we're cooking. And she says, what is it that you want?
Oh, there are many things I want, but right now I was just hoping to enjoy my evening.
Are you not enjoying your evening?
Well, I was, until my dance partner was disintegrated. Not that I'm complaining, I'm just in need of a new one.
Well, there are many here at my festivities.
I don't suppose you would do me the honor.
When you say that, there is an audible gasp. And a couple people are like, oh, faux pas, oh my god, faux pas.
What will Mikmick's in there? Just
yeah, Mikmick's like,
I just smile.
oh god.
Amnestria is just like, what the fuck are they doing?
Claudiu's like, I guess we're going to have to look for a fourth adventuring party person now, right? Is this right? We're going to look for number 4 again? Good. Make a make a persuasion check, Bard.
Come on, dice. Come on, dice.
I have to love you eventually, right?
Come on, dice. You know what?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going
Do
to
you
use my
have
inspiration to reroll that.
Oh, right. You do have inspiration.
I'm going to use my inspiration to reroll that.
Oh, no.
Why?
God damn.
I am having so I get a 12. I am having the worst fucking bard rolls ever tonight. Ridiculous.
So.
At which point I will say,
Yes.
forgive me if I overstep. I am new to these parts. But it can't hurt a girl to ask, can it?
She says, looking down at you, she says, you forget your place.
I sort of bow my head and I say, I apologize, Your Grace. It will not happen again.
I expect not. Shall we see you again next week? Perhaps with better manners?
I certainly hope so.
Excellent. And she sort of floats up and does sort of a graceful wrist swivel kind of thing. And everyone does a little golf clap. And she floats back up the stairs. and out of sight.
As soon as the Duchess disappears, Amnestria is going to stare daggers at why not? She is. What are you doing?
What?
Move a little closer. What do you mean, what? What was that?
Oh, it's cool.
Flirting? I've never been terribly good with women.
You do not just see her turn that man into dust.
Yes.
Do
Foreplay.
you want to be dust?
Am I dust?
Well, not yet, but you could have been.
But I have an invitation for next week, so I'd say that went rather well.
She didn't really invite you, just asked you if you'd be here.
I
What
call
do you
that
think
an
she's going to
invitation.
do if you're not here?
Well, I won't be here, so I won't know now, will I?
As you talk, like in the midst, Sun Mask, Tsarena Arayovna, just like sort of just barges in, like says, "I want to let you know, I loved everything that you just did right there. It was wonderful. It was bold. It was brave. It was beautiful. It had so much heart. It had so much soul. Who are you?"
I am the Contestuana of the 5 Fathoms.
5
I
fathoms.
don't believe I've made the pleasure of your acquaintance.
Oh, no, you haven't, but I will grace you with my own. I am Tsarena Arayovna. Sorry, let me say that one more time the right way with her actual name. Here it goes. I am Tsarevna Arayona Perfunctory. And like, you just watch, and it is very clear from her movements, from her skin tone, from the fact that she has literally, like, coming out of her skin, she has fur. Like, she is not a person who normally does not have fur. Under her sun mask, you see her mouth moves, and as it moves, you see the little incisors, little sharp teeth, and just the outsides of whiskers. Pretty clear she's a tabaxi.
Which I've probably never seen before, so
I don't think so. I don't think you have.
my
No.
my interest is piqued. I'm imagining tabaxi are not like big on the ocean, so
Cats, water. You tell me.
Mhm.
And she's very good company.
Well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Tsarevna.
Sarevna, you're willing to emphasize.
No. You must roll the R's, dear.
I'm sorry. I
Oh.
don't think that.
Don't hurt yourself,
my-
dear. Don't
I
hurt
don't.
yourself.
May I call you Sarevna? Is that acceptable?
You can call me whatever you want to, as long as it sounds good.
Well, I try. Forgive me, your language is still a bit new on my tongue.
That is quite all right. Your friend here is quite a good dancer.
Yes, I noticed. I never knew you had it in you, I say with a little smile.
Well, thank you. It's been quite a long time, but I do say I had a fun time.
I must say, I have spied a number of people here at the party that I have never seen before, especially that young man over there. And she points at Mikmick. I do not know where he is from, but his outfit is so alluring. It's beautiful.
Thanks. I helped him pick it out.
Oh, you do know him?
I do.
Oh, well, maybe you would
Yes.
introduce me. I'm sure that with his size and shape, he would be quite aerodynamic on the dance floor.
You'd have to ask him yourself. I don't know. She just sort of wave over to Mikmick. I don't know if he's paying any attention to anything
He
that's
is.
Fair enough. Well,
He's
I mean,
looking towards the kitchen and seeing if he can wondering if he should go back and see Basil again.
I
But he's currently with Rosalind, so he doesn't want to just run away without saying anything. So he's just kind of awkwardly standing there, just looking at the floor.
Yeah,
at the
Rosalind.
tiles.
Rosalind, since that particular encounter, Rosalind has been sort of a little distraught. I think that she did not expect this at all. So she's just been sort of like wringing her hands, and she's like, "Oh my goodness, oh that was not what I expected at all. I was not ready for that."
It
I
turned to
turned
dust quite
towards
quickly, so it's
Well,
quite powerful.
that is
Right,
the
okay.
Duchess in a nutshell, I guess you would call her. Yes.
Yes. Well, I guess that's one of her secrets.
I believe so. Yes. Well, it's past midnight. I do have to be home relatively soon. It was a pleasure making your acquaintance. Hopefully you and I match paths again. Unless there's
Maybe see you in town. We never know when we may bump into each other. Maybe without these masks on.
yes, that would be. I'd like that actually.
Well, I don't want to keep you.
Oh no, you wouldn't be keeping me. Thank you. It was lovely meeting you. Have a good night. And she
politely bows.
yeah, she sort of like curtsies, and then takes a look at a couple of other people in the room just to make sure that they're not seeing her leave. Probably before it's time, because you never want to be the first person leaving a party. And she sort of quickly just juts out and you no longer see her.
I mean, technically, she's not the first.
That's a good point.
One person left a different route.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's just a different way. Yeah. But yeah. Over on the side where Claudiu is, Claudiu has moved over after that ridiculousness. He has taken the opportunity to go with Aranye Stormare back to the bar. What's happening there?
Get
You
her drunk.
do
Get
not
her
know.
drunk.
Nor do we want to.
But you do notice that Claudiu's disguise no longer has the same luster as it once had. It seems to be.
He's been at the bar all night, so it's to be expected.
Well, it's also because the spell has a 1-hour timer on it. So
Yeah, but he has an excuse.
Yep. And let's see. Does he have the ability to cast it again? Is the question. Let's see. How many first level spells has he got? He has got. Well, let's see. He used Charm Person. That brings it down to 3. Then he cast Disguise Self. That brings it down to 2. Yeah, he'll cast it again. He'll cast it on again himself. So he like notices is like my hair, and then he's back to normal. So now he's got 1 level 1 spell left, and 2 level 2s.
I can technically cast mine again, but all I did was make my dress look fancy, and I don't care. All I needed was get past the guard.
Hell yes, absolutely.
0 shits given.
0 shits. Exactly. All right.
But I will look to Sarevna and say, "Tell me, does the Duchess often leave as quickly as she arrives, or was it something I said?"
Oh, no, it was nothing that you said. She just likes to make an appearance, show how amazing that she is, and then run away. It preserves the mystery.
Why throw such an elaborate party only to disappear?
She wants to simply remind everyone who she is and why they owe her the allegiances that they do.
And just who is she exactly?
And why do they?
Because this whole city owes everything to her. All of the commerce, all of the money, all of the fame, all of the beautiful things They are all hers. And you cannot leave Dementliu unless she would like you to. And at this, you see that Serena actually sort of like slows down and starts to like stare at the floor a little bit. And then
Why not?
she sort of comes out of it for a sec.
This again.
There are borders of Dementliu that you may not pass unless she allows you to.
In
Yes,
or
what
out?
else?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, uh,
Go ahead,
that's
Amnestria.
just- oh, I was just going to. I was actually going to ask a very similar question to you. So
Then ask away.
just that. Does that mean that she is the one who allows people to come here? You can't come here on your own free will?
You may stumble upon Dementliu, as we have had in the past, people who have come here, not knowing how they arrived. But that is an uncertainty. How they arrive is not the important thing. How they leave, however, is. Duchess
Do you know
Donaire
a bit
does not
about that?
allow anyone to leave unless they have been granted her express permission.
And what if they try without permission?
Well, bad things happen to those who try.
How does one obtain her permission?
Get into her good graces?
Tell me, how does one get into her good graces?
I do not know. I assume
Hmm.
impress her somehow. It is a very
I
difficult
believe-
task, though.
I believe a woman named, what was it? Radaga got into her good graces. Have you ever heard of her?
Your friend here. She mentioned her as well.
As did my former dance partner, and I gesture to the corner of the floor that no longer contains the ashes of Gilbert. He clearly was not in the Duchess's good graces, but he seemed to think this Radaga person was.
I know little about Radaga. Radaga was a member of the group that you will perhaps be aware of. She was, how do you say? Vistani.
Oh, I've met a few of them, yes.
Yes, they are able to travel between places in the mist. They do not need permission.
Then why bother getting in the Duchess's good graces at all?
There was something that she needed from the Duchess. I do not know what. She arrived in court a week ago. But she encountered several of the people here. Perhaps they know more.
Who else?
Oh, that one. And she sort of like motions with her chin at this guy wearing the sort of the weird mask festooned with like
The bees?
bees. Yeah, I mean, you take a look at it and you've walked by them a few times. They're not real bees. They're like beads and stones that are actually painted to resemble bees. And he's like wearing this sort of like loose, ill-fitting robe. And he's standing against the wall, sort of just watching the other guests. He hasn't danced with anyone. He's just sort of like... He's being really socially incompetent.
His name.
That one? That is Zolain, the Appointed Blessed.
The Appointed Blessed?
Yes, Zolain.
What is appointed blessed? Is that a title or his name?
No. He is the appointed blessed at the Mother of Tears Cathedral.
Ah. Interesting. Well, this is quite a party, and I suppose I should mingle, but I will say I know a bit about finding yourself in a place and not knowing how you got there, so if you'd ever like to chat about it, you can find us, well, you could find me. And I'll give you the name of the park across from Alanic's place. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
Yeah, it was, I'll tell you. Do remember it. I just have to switch to the map. It was... 18.
Question, Matt.
The Palace of Ethers Park.
Palace of Ethers.
Oh, of
You can-
Elhurst? Ethers? I can't remember. Let me take a look at the actual map. Palace of Ethers, yes. Palace of Ethers Park.
You can find me most days at the Palace of Ethers Park.
She nods.
Can the map be a handout?
You know, I'm going to make it a handout for next time. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. And then I will nod to her, say,
Okay.
good evening. And I'll nod to Amnestria, and I will leave the two of them.
Okay. Where are you heading over to?
I'm going to head to B-Man, but if anybody else would like to have some interactions before I chat to B-Face, by
B-Face?
all means, go ahead. Before I chat with B.
Resting B-Face? Yep.
I'm gonna join her actually.
Okay.
I will
Mikmick, what are you up to?
Stay.
Well, I'm going to leave that resting B-Face with Muadnhait and Amnestria for a second. I'm going to go ahead and ask Mikmick, since he's been without conversation for a while.
Well, Mikmick is going to go to one of the ghoulish servers.
Okay.
They're servers, right? The ghouls are servers.
Yeah, they're pretty much servers. Yep, that's exactly right.
Yeah, and he's just going to have a look at their trays, see if they're the same as Basil's.
Yeah, they are. There's a lot less stuff on them than Basil's or Basil's, whatever. Let me see if I can find one over here. There we go. Yeah, let's go back to let's go back to the hors d'oeuvres map. Boop. I'm gonna cross out the ones that
Love that this exists.
I know. I'm gonna
It's
I'm gonna
great.
cross out the ones that I think probably people have eaten or taken. I wouldn't say eaten because I don't even know if they've actually eaten it. But I will just go with the
Just being
assumption.
polite.
Yep. They have taken this thing, so that one's not there.
Well, the half shrimp's still not there.
The half shrimp is that's gone.
No more rat shrimp.
Nope. I think everything else is there. So the ghoul sort of like sees you coming over to him, and he's just like, and then he just like the tray just descends to your level.
Well, Mikmick will take one of this, whatever this is. Looks like a sponge of some
It does look
description.
like a sponge, doesn't it?
The sponge cheese.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at what the hell that is. Hold on. That is... Wow. Okay. You look at it. It's actually not cheese at all. It looks like a super hard toasted piece of bread, like a giant, like a big old crouton, like a crouton about that big.
So he'll grab that and nod to the ghoul and walk right past him and head to the kitchen if he can without being stopped.
Okay. I'm just gonna grab the crouton off the side. Okay. Let's just take the crouton, and Mikmick takes the crouton, and we'll go ahead and move you on back to the map.
Oh, you need to X out his toast too.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's a different
And
play.
the leg.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a different.
Different
It was a
tray.
different tray. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Gotcha.
Yep. All right, so yeah, Mikmick then moves on to... hold on. You move over here to where you saw Basil going into the kitchen here.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a door over here in the corner. There's a window that looks outward to the sort of backyard of the palace. You see that there is a sort of like an old topiary maze, but it's completely overgrown, and it looks in really bad shape. There is, however, like I said, there is a door over here, past the couch to the left here, and this rug.
Mikmick will go over to the door and knock.
Okay. Yeah, you
He'll
knock
say,
a couple times. Go ahead.
Basil, you in there?
Who is it?
It's Mikmick.
What are you doing? Oh, I'm on my break.
I was just wondering if I could grab one of those trays.
What? Why do you want to take one of the trays?
See if I can get up to the boss and see if I can ask her about a job.
Oh yeah, I don't think that's a really good idea at this point in time. I don't know. She's kind of in a really bad mood. You saw what happened to that guy. She turned him into little bitty dust.
Did see that. I was right next to it, but having the tray may allow me to get up to a apartment, so without any stoppages.
Yeah, he sort of like considers it. Make a persuasion check, but make it with disadvantage. I don't think he's gonna want to be able to see if that's gonna work.
Which is going to be fun.
Oh yeah.
This is where he gets that twice.
The dice can't be meaner to you than they've been to me tonight.
They could. And they pretty much are. Yeah, he
Only by one.
by one. Basil says, "Listen, friendo. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your life, but I think it's not going to work out too well if you go up to those stairs. First of all, the guard's not going to let you up, and the Duchess really likes her privacy. I don't think they're just going to let some random U-hole to go up and say, hey, I'd like a job. Like, you have to earn your way."
Well, I was actually going to go up there and let her know that we're a bit low on food.
What do you mean you're low on food?
Well, I mean, I've looked at all the platters of the servers here, and it's pretty slim pickings. For a place like this, it's... Yeah.
You know,
For
it's
lack
like
of better word,
12:30 in the
kind of
morning.
redundant.
Why are you still hungry? Like, I don't understand that. Like, although hors d'oeuvres were like, they were all pushed out between 11 and 12, I didn't think that people, would still be hungry. Listen, if you want more food, I can go back out into the backyard and get some more food.
Is that where you've been getting this food?
Some of it, yeah.
And have you been filling up the trays for the other servers as well?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of my job. Listen, right? You don't have to, ask me 20 questions about it. Like, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I was asked to be the server tonight by the Duchess. I've done my job. I think I've done it well. People have enjoyed the food. I mean, you ate it.
So you're the cook here? Okay. I thought you were just the server.
Cook is a very relative phrase. There's not a lot of things on that tray that are actually cooked.
Well, you prepared the food.
Again, that's kind of a very awkward thing to say, prepared. There's a lot of things that people like with that you don't have to do a lot of preparation for.
Maybe I could help you with that.
Yeah, you're kind of getting to annoy me at this point in time, my friend. I'm on my break. I enjoy my time off. I would really like it if you could just sort of go away, enjoy the rest of the night, and yeah.
Well, I may see you back out there.
Hopefully
And
not.
walk away. And then walk away.
All right.
Walk back into the party.
All right. Meanwhile, over here.
Hey, Matt.
Yes.
I had a question, actually. I don't seem to be able to change Amnestria's token.
Oh. Interesting. Let me see why. Because you should be able to.
I'm not sure.
You know what? I think I know why.
You'll be able to flip it.
Let's go ahead and put a token. A fresh token. Give you a fresh one.
Cool.
And make sure that you can see and all that jazz. All right, so say goodbye to this token. Poof. Bye. And then
I see only
poof.
darkness.
Yes, I know. Now you will only see darkness. Ha ha! My plan has gone exactly as I've expected it to. Amnestria. All right, Amnestria.
Insert the Final Fantasy haha. Ha 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 ha.
There we go.
Hold
Thank
on
you.
1 second. Let me just give you the appropriate things here. 28 hit points. And armor class of 16. And there we go. You should be good now.
Awesome.
All right.
So she'd say goodbye to
This kitty cat or just
Char-
kitty cat?
Sarevna Arayona.
Yes, she'd say goodbye to Shurai.
Perfunctory.
As she walks away, however, her hair and her outfit would change colors because it's fun effect.
Let's see it.
So her dress would change from the green and black that it is to a very vibrant, bright red. And her hair would change to dirty blonde. And it just sort of fades from the color it is to the blonde color.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Look at that.
Nice.
There we go. Then she'll walk over towards
Is that a
the
look we've seen
conversation.
before? I don't know if that's a look
No,
we've
I
seen
don't think we
before.
have.
We've seen the red and blonde before, but not the
Summer
pale red and
Summer
blonde.
one's the only one you guys haven't seen,
Hold on,
actually.
let me,
Oh, okay, we have.
Let's pull that out. Look at that.
Ooh.
Angry Amnestria.
Yeah.
I thought we have seen the red one before.
Have you?
I
No,
think so.
we have,
you're
yeah.
right. Mikmick saw it when I was stabbing the wall.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, Mikmick's seen it, but I haven't.
Okay.
But not this pale version, I don't think.
Correct.
We have the red, not the more
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
pastel kind of red.
All right.
Things happen.
So you change
I
your
will-
look on a whim. I love it. And Moynat walks over to B-Face.
And I will incline my head and say, Zolaine the Appointed Blessed.
Oh, yes. Hello. I am Zolaine the Appointed. God, that really hurts my voice. Hold on 1 second. Let's try that again. Ah, yes. Hello. I am Zolaine the Appointed Blessed. How may I help you tonight?
First of all, just a point of curiosity, what exactly is an Appointed Blessed?
I am a priest of the Mother of Tears Cathedral.
Ah, okay. Interesting title. Quite a party, hmm? Do you often see the Duchess disintegrate her guests?
I can't remember a time that I haven't, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, well, it certainly livens up the party.
Yes.
It does, though everyone else seemed to be a bit surprised. Have you known her long?
I've known the Duchess since I was younger, yes.
And you frequent her soirees?
When she invites me to them, yes.
There are times when you're not invited.
There there are times when my schedule and hers do not match.
Oh, fair enough.
That man she disintegrated, I can't help but wonder. She said he was uninvited. But why? Why show up when not invited?
Well, that is a true, a point of contention, I should say. If one is uninvited, then you wish, of course, to make yourself known and see and be seen amongst those who you have influence over. And
That seems incredibly dumb.
Why would he have been uninvited, do you know?
Perhaps something that he did, something in his past that perhaps was revealed. That was not the most becoming of things.
He did allude to as much, but was disintegrated before he could say any more. Alas, I suppose I shall never know.
Perhaps that is for the best.
Perhaps. I was speaking with Tsarevna back there, and she said you might be familiar with one of the Duchess's acquaintances who I am much curious about. A woman by the name of Radaga. Have you ever encountered her here?
Yes, I do have some inkling of that particular woman. Yes.
Inkling?
Yes, a remembrance. She was, perhaps a week or so ago, or maybe more, she attended the Grand Masquerade. I think I might have seen her earlier this evening as well. Maybe I was mistaken.
Really, I was under the impression she wasn't here.
I cannot confirm that. I only know that I saw someone who looked mysteriously similar to her. She had a black velvet mask on over her face.
Oh. A black velvet mask, you say? Something similar to this. And I'll pull the mask from my pocket.
He sees it and he sort of like starts and then he sort of moves in closer, goes, my. And then he looks at you in the eyes, realizing what this means. He goes, oh my.
Where did you even find that?
I found it discarded on a table over there. I thought it was interesting because, as we all know, one should never be unmasked. I thought it curious that someone might have taken it off, but why would she have taken it off? I asked this to B-Man.
Zolaine says, I can't say for certain. I do know that, Radaga, whilst she was here, would occasionally join us for services at the Mother of Tears Cathedral, but I did stop inviting her when she was, perhaps a little bit too... And he looks at you in the eyes, inquisitive about what we do in the priesthood.
Inquisitive of the priesthood? Why ever?
He doesn't answer.
No offense.
No, he doesn't.
No offense intended, of course.
No, of course. He just sort of shakes his head and he doesn't answer. He says, she arrived unusually early for the masquerade. And I would assume most likely left unfashionably early as well.
But without
Did you arrive unfashionably early?
I would never do such a thing.
Then how on earth would you know that she arrived unfashionably early?
She tends to do that, from what I understand.
Interesting.
Even more oddly, she has this little familiar, I guess you'd call it, to help her open doors and hold her glass and so forth. But from what I understand, this familiar was not with her.
What does familiar look like?
He stares at you and he says, "It looks like this." And he just holds up his hand.
A hand.
Yes.
Like this. And I'll conjure up a mage hand.
He looks at
Which
the mage hand.
looks
Yeah.
more like it's made of water.
Yeah. Actually,
but it's still very much a hand.
Is this the first time you've conjured your mage hand?
No.
Is it? No, I used it in the mansion
Yeah,
You-
the
with
it
the
was like a
belladonna.
Belladonna.
skeletal.
Was it skeletal at that
It
point?
was.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is odd to you, Muadnhait, because you've used mage hand before you arrived here. And this does not look like what you remember having your mage hand when you conjured it.
Mm-hmm.
But when you conjure your mage hand and it comes like a skeletal hand, Zolaine looks at it and he sort of starts for a second. He goes, no, not that decomposed, but similar.
Great. I'll just slide the mage hand into my pocket until it dissipates in a minute.
Okay.
Well,
Has your hand
When was
always
the
done
last-
that? Sorry?
pardon?
Your hand, the mage hand, has it always done that? It's just different.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Fair
Everything here is different. At any rate, did you see her speak to anyone while she was here? Sorry, I'm just very interested to meet her and trying to find out where on earth she might
I
be.
don't know why you would want to meet such a person with such ill-fitting manners, but she spoke to, well, pretty much everyone. Everyone who's anyone, anyway. She spoke to Lady Olivia, she spoke to Rosalind Addington before she decided to leave, of course. Poor thing. She spoke to Leal Durand. She spoke to Julian Verlotten. She spoke to Gilbert Moreno. But that's not going to help you very much. And then, of course, she spoke to Captain LaSalle as well.
Captain LaSalle?
Yes, sorry, I pronounced it wrong. Captain Lassell.
Is he still here? I don't believe I've seen him about.
It's a she. Captain
She-
Lassell.
Oh, terribly sorry.
Not at all, not at all. Lassell...
Where I come from, never mind.
Not at all. Lassell, and you watch as, with two fingers, he points over at the woman wearing a fox mask.
Well, I do thank you for your time. And good luck in the priesthood, I suppose.
He sort of like
I'm sure.
gives you this one of these like little squinted eye thing, kind of like, what?
I sort of walk away, not with my back to him, just sort of sideways.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not the thing I wanted. Get rid of that. Go away. And I will make my way over to the captain.
Okay. What is Amnestria doing?
I'm going to follow her since I'm enjoying learning a little bit more about what's going on. But I'm also going to say goodbye to Mr. B-Man because, yeah, I'm not just going to walk away without saying bye and turning my back on him.
Very kind.
Okay.
Very kind. No
Yeah.
faux pas for you. Never
Yeah,
turn your
I
back.
do my best.
Very good. All right. You approach the woman in the fox mask, and she turns to you and sort of nods.
Nod in return and say, I do believe you are Captain LaSalle.
I am, she says in a sort of alto voice. Lassell.
Hold on 2 seconds. I'm sorry. My husband is calling me on the phone and he knows I'm in a game, so I need to see what's up.
All right, no worries. Amnestria, what are you doing?
Well, I would approach and also say greetings and ask her if I'd ask her actually about her captain title, since I'm a little curious about that.
Yeah. She says, I am not one to speak ill of the military, but I started as a sailor, and I've been in the ranks of the Navy here in Demetlio for many years.
Oh, so you're a sea captain, not a military captain.
Yes, I am.
Oh. And how often do you attend these parties, these
I'll
galas?
be perfectly honest, the formalities of military life don't really lend well to these kinds of affairs. I don't feel very comfortable being in them. But when I do obtain an invitation from the Duchess, it's hard to say no.
It's fair. Hypothetically speaking, what would happen if you did say no?
I don't really have an answer to that, to be perfectly honest. I would only assume the worst.
Well, if tonight's events are any indicator, just sort of motion over towards the ash pile.
Yes.
Or what's left of it.
That's for sure. You see that, actually, before you see anything, make an insight check. As she sort of, like, nervously looks around the room.
I am back.
Okay. Everything okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He needed me to call him an Uber because the Lyft prices were absolutely insane.
Oh, I'm with you. A 9 on the insight check.
Can I insight check since technically Muadnhait is there?
Hell yes.
I don't know what's happening, but
yeah,
I'll
tell you.
anyway.
I'll tell you in a second. Oh, natural one.
Nat one.
Wow.
Fucking dice.
It's a night. It's a night for
Fucking
Sarah,
dice.
folks. It's a night. It's a good thing that this is a RP heavy game. Real quick for you, Sarah. This is Captain Lassell. She is a sailor.
Lassell.
Yep. She is a sailor in the Demetlio Navy who has risen up in the ranks and is now captain of a naval vessel. She doesn't often go to these kinds of events because time in the Navy takes up most of her, I guess, her occupation, really. But when she's invited, she comes.
Okay.
Yeah, I did a bad thing.
Yeah, I did notice that. Question with a question.
I will say it is unusual to me to meet a female sailor. I find it refreshing.
How so?
Well, just that every sailor I've ever encountered has been a man. It never occurred to me that they would allow a woman on board.
Oh, pish
Maybe
posh.
more should.
More sailors should be women. We're better at it. We have a better instinct for it.
I
Way
agree.
more common than you think.
Not where I come from. I am sorry to intrude on your evening, but my friend and I, well, we're trying to find someone, and I think you may have spoken to her earlier this evening. Her name is Radaga.
She looks at you when you say the word Radaga and sort of like grimaces a little bit. And
You don't like her?
more of a sort of a disappointing frown. She says, no, I it's not that I do dislike her. She's just, she was supposed to have done something for me, and in return, I for her. She had left a book behind last time we had lunch together, and I was to return this book to her if she were to return a pair of earrings that I had left. But as you can see, and she puts her hands up to her ears, I am bereft of those pieces of jewelry, and she takes out from her small bag a book that says Visiting with Visions.
Visiting with Visions.
That's correct.
Interesting book title.
Yes. She says,
She left this book behind, and why did she have your earring?
that is a tale for another time. She sort of laughs a little bit.
Fair enough.
Suffice it to say that I need to return this book now, I guess, since Radaga has left me with it, to the Legacy Library at Jalabert Museum.
I do wonder if I might take a look at that for a moment.
Certainly. You may have it if you could return it for me. By all means.
We can return it for you.
Oh, I'd be delighted.
I was actually going to ask if you wanted us to do so. I don't know if you go to the library that often. Or not.
I must say I don't have quite a lot of free time to go inland so much to the Jalabert Museum, but if you have the ability to do so, I would love it if you could return it for me.
I don't believe it's far from where we're staying. We have no problem with that.
Excellent.
But I have to ask, did you see her leave? Because I find it most troubling, I believe, and I pull once again the mask from my pocket, that I found her mask.
She looks down at this small black velvet mask and says, "That's not good."
No, it's not, and it has me worried. Can you think of any reason one would go unmasked in a place such as this?
It's very dangerous for your health. I can say that for certain.
I can imagine. I once again glance at the square of floor that once held Gilbert.
And, she says, I can't think of any reason to do that, to be honest.
Have you been around the grounds of the estate before?
No, I don't spend very much time here.
I was just wondering if there was any place where someone would even go if they removed their mask where they would be seen.
Someplace, hopefully, very well hidden. Well, it was a pleasure talking to you. If you don't mind, I'm quite tired. I think it might be best, since I do see that there are others that are leaving. Getting close to almost 1 o'clock in the morning. And, my ship leaves quite early. It's best for me to get as much sleep as I possibly can.
Absolutely, I wouldn't hold you any longer, but do you happen to know of anyone else here who might have spoken to her?
Oh, plenty. She points at B-Face, Zolaine. She points...
He sent us to you.
Yeah. She points at the butterfly masked woman and says, "That's one too as well. That's Olivia Stewart, Lady Olivia Stewart. I do apologize. That's sorry, no wait, I apologize. Butterfly mask is Leal Durand." She points at the jellyfish masked woman who has been interfacing quite a lot with Leal Durand. And he indicates that as Lady Olivia Stewart. And besides the ones that you've already met, Aranye Stormare, the Spider Mask Lady, Zolaine, the Appointed Blessed, Rosalind Addington, who was met by Mikmick, and Julian Volatin, the half-orc with the Cobra Mask.
Oh, he's the orc. Okay, right.
That's it.
Before you go, I did have one other question.
Yes.
Don't suppose you'd be willing to tell us the name of your ship in case we find your earrings?
Let me find it. Let's see. I will find it and tell you in a bit. I'm going to look for it.
No worries. I know it's your question, but
No, it's a good question. That's a good one. I know it's here. I just don't know what it is.
no worries.
I'm not gonna spend the time to look for it. I'm just gonna make it up. I'm gonna say, the Horned Eagle.
All right. Well, as Lassel departs, I will look to Amnestria and say, divide and conquer. I take the jellyfish, you take the butterfly.
Very well. That's
Okay. Mikmick.
And
Go ahead, Bowie.
Yes.
You finish up, please.
go to Mikmick. No, I was just going to say, and I will take my leave of Lassel and cross jellyfish, but
Okay.
go to Mikmick first, by all means.
All right, Mikmick, go for it.
Okay. Question is, what does Mikmick want to do now?
Good question. You do have that
I
sharp
think
person.
Mikmick's...
yeah.
I do. But no one to use it on. I think Mikmick is just going to be just wandering around, just looking at the house in particular, see if there's any other routes upstairs other than the big ebony stairs.
Okay, make a investigation check.
Investigation. Okay. Oh.
Holy
that's
shit,
fine.
natural 20.
Nice. About time someone rolls 20.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's your natural 20s tonight here, folks? Well, I'm so glad. Sarah, was Sarah around for that? To see that,
Nope.
like, no? Damn it. Fuck. All right, that's fine. She's gonna come back and be like, Shh, what? He got a fucking net? No. Yeah, in all seriousness.
+5.
Yeah, +5, 25. The time that you spend looking around for for vectors upstairs, shall we say. By the way, Sarah, first natural 20. By
I know. I just came back and I'm like, oh, the dice like Mikmick. Okay, fine. I see you, dice.
There's a lot of heartfelt stuff that has to happen, I think, between you and these dice.
So technically that
need to have a
is
sit
part
down.
of the
Mhm.
background feature.
Say again, what was that, Mikmick?
Technically that could be part of one of Mikmick's background features, so the reason why I rolled high.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just let it happen. So yeah, with your investigation, you don't see any place from the room in which you're in that would enable you to get upstairs besides that stairway. No sort of secret offset stairwells, no ladders, no platforms, nothing. Just that one stairwell.
And I don't know what else Mikmick would do other than just wandering around the house. I mean, he wouldn't really be talking to anybody else here because
No more
he's not-
talking? Okay.
No.
All right.
He's just going to be wandering.
Yeah, I think you can you'll wander enough that Claudiu bumps into you, right? Claudiu has been talking to this Aranye Stormare for probably almost an hour and a half now. But he comes over to you, soulless, eventually. Aranye Stormare is nowhere to be seen. She's gone. Let me just remove her. Poof. And Mikmick, I'll be honest, I mean, he looks real good. He still looks good. He's still got another, 30 or some odd minutes left in that spell. And as he walks through the crowd, like, the crowd sort of, like, parts for him. Like, ooh, look at that guy. What's up with that? And he's such a dork. Like, he doesn't understand what it's like to, like, move the right way. So even though he's disguised well, he, like, tries to strut, like John Travolta style, and he's failing miserably at it.
He's more like sleepwalking
Mhm.
rather than straying.
Exactly. For real. So the two of you have a little tete-a-tete. And he's like, you wouldn't believe the dirt I got from that redheaded lady. Oh, man. You find
You
anything
drink
out?
her under a table.
No. She was just really... She was really cool. A little too forward for my taste, but, yeah. You know, dancers, man.
Yeah, I didn't really find much out. I mean, I talked to if you remember, the Mammoth Mars guy.
The guy carrying the
he's-
food?
Yeah, because I mean, he seems to be the only not undead one here that's serving food, or if you can call it food. And he pulls out the the square crouton or whatever it was. I mean, if you can call this food.
That looks awful.
Yeah.
Why did you
The
take
rest of the
that?
stuff on. Be polite, of course.
You don't have to eat their stuff, man. You just have to sort of, politely decline or something.
Well, I mean, doesn't hurt to have a little bit of snack here and there.
Whatever.
I mean, if no one else is eating it.
Okay, so hey, to each their own. I'm glad you like the food. So
I didn't say I liked it.
Okay. We're mincing words here. My point is, I'm glad you're having a fun time. I don't even know. Is that right?
I don't like parties. Trying to avoid it as much as possible.
You're kidding. Wow. Would not have pegged you for that kind of a person.
But it seems like the ladies are quite enjoying themselves. They're talking to a lot of people. by
Well,
the looks.
hey, they're doing what they want to do. That's cool.
Yeah. So I have found out that all these undead servants around the place, they're the result of this Donners or whatever her name is.
You're saying Donaire made the undead servants?
Yes. All the ones you see around here. So I think she may be a necromancer.
Oh, great. Awesome. Fantastic.
Exactly what I thought.
Yeah, let's not fuck with her because she turned that guy into ash.
I have the sinking feeling that maybe all these undead servants may have been previous guests.
Eee. That's a staggering thought, and I am not cool with it, if it's true.
So I think we should keep up appearances as best as possible.
Been planning on it. Hey, have you seen the look? I mean, it's not bad, right?
Well, I mean, every time you walk around the place, everyone's got their eyes on you. So
Well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the deal. It's kind of the plan, right?
I mean, just don't let Moina see that, because I think she may get a little bit jealous.
Why would she get jealous? She looks
People are
awesome
not
too.
looking at
What
her.
are you talking about?
People are more interested in looking at you than her.
Well, it's the hair. It's not even real. I hate this long hair shit. I don't even know. I can't stand all this hair. And he grabs it and starts to pull it out a little bit. He's like, I'm just doing it because I'm just going with what everybody else is going with.
This is the problem with dressing up for formal parties.
Yeah, I'm not cool with it. But I mean, hey, it's part of the deal, right? We have to talk these people up and find this Radaga person, right?
Yeah. Maybe talk to the ladies. They may have found a little bit more
Well-
information than I have.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to hear that you found out absolutely fucking nothing.
as I said, all I found out that we're dealing with a necromancer, probably.
Okay, way to go. Amazing. Such sleuth work. I'm sure Atlantic Ray would be proud. I, on the other hand, found out from Little Miss Red over there. Well, number one, she owns a theater.
Big surprise there.
Well-
With how she was watching the band. And
Yep. She owns a cool theater in town. It's called the Red Widow Theater. She invited us to the theater. I told her that we were like a group of fans of the arts. And she said that she talked with a couple of us already. And hey, we're invited to her show. She has a show at this theater. Like, she's a performer at this theater. She's like a star performer.
Well, I mean, we may have to put that onto our list after we deal with whatever we need to deal with here. Find this Radaga.
Well, that's the whole point, is that she said that she saw Radaga in the audience last night.
Yep.
So, yeah. Maybe she'll come back. Just saying.
But yeah.
Okay, you're an amazing, talkative person. I'm so glad to be spending all my time talking to you. Okay. So, yeah. Okay, cool. And break. And, like, he just, like, walks. He just walks away.
Poor Mikmick.
Meanwhile, what do you ladies wish to do with your last couple of interactions?
I will cross to Jellyfish Lady.
Okay.
Uh,
Now go down to the butterfly person as we agreed.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are right next to each other. That's so cool.
Mhm.
All right.
Yes. I will I will glance at Jellyfish's mask and say, and then I'll gesture to her mask, gesture to mine and say, great minds think alike. Are you a fan of the ocean?
They do, don't they? I love jellyfish. They're so beautiful. They have these wonderful sort of bodies that move with the ocean currents, and I love them. They're so wonderful to watch.
I agree. They are quite delightful. Tell me, do you have many of them around here?
In the bay there are, yes, lots of jellyfish.
I would love to see that.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I don't believe I know your name.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is... Give me 1 second to find the goddamn... There's just so many lists. Here we go.
A lot of people at this party.
There are a lot of people at this party. Yes, my name is Lady Olivia Stewart. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
A pleasure to make yours. I am the Lady Duan. Oh, sorry, I am... afraid the wine is getting to my head. I am the Contessa Duana of the Five Fathoms.
Oh my goodness, your name is so long and lovely. I love it.
Tell me, do you frequent the Duchess's balls? This is my first time.
This is not my first time. The Duchess has invited me for the last 7 grand masquerades, and I love coming every single time.
You do?
Yes, I mean, after all, titles don't mean anything if you don't take advantage of what they bring.
You're absolutely right. I do agree. Tell me, would you consider yourself and the Duchess to be close?
Oh, we're so close. We're like this. And her fingers just wrap around each other.
Really? Then you must know her friend Radaga. I've been hearing such interesting things about her.
She smirks and says, oh, yes, Radaga. Everyone wants to know about Radaga. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, you must get bored of it, I'm sure.
All the time. I mean, she approached me earlier to say she couldn't remember that the two of us were meeting tomorrow, but couldn't remember our regular meeting place. I mean, what's wrong with her?
I'm sure you meet somewhere very high class indeed.
Of
yes?
course we do. The Moth Orchid Tea House. Don't you know it?
I've heard, but I've never been, I must admit. I'm relatively new to town.
No, the Moth Orchid Tea House. It's a wonderful place.
Well, I shall be absolutely certain to visit at my earliest convenience. What did you meet about regularly then? Just, the gossip?
Absolutely. The gossip. We like talking about fashion, styles. Her particular culture is wonderfully fashion-centric.
Oh, yes, the Vistani, that's true. They really do have a wonderful way of dressing, don't they?
Bright colors, lovely fabrics. Really enjoy it.
Does she wear bright colors to the Duchess's balls when she attends?
No, often she doesn't. She wears quite plain drab clothes, but somehow or other she gets away with it. I keep saying that she needs to wear a little bit more color, a little more volume, but nothing ever really seems to sink in with Radaga.
Oh, well, that's a pity. Some folk just can't seem to fit in, you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean, dear.
Oh, and I bet she always wears a plain mask, too. Nothing interesting.
Yes, I think she was wearing this sort of black, just a black velvet mask, yes.
Is that what she usually wears?
I mean, I've only seen her wear it 3 times.
Oh, well, that sounds like usual to me. Tell me, when did you speak to her earlier? I have been trying to track her down, but she seems to have simply vanished into thin air.
That's very strange. She was here earlier this evening.
Well, that's a pity. I suppose I shall have to keep looking. I mean, she must be here somewhere. Nobody leaves a party early.
Of course not. Why would they do that?
No idea. Well, it's been delightful talking to you, and perhaps... when do you usually meet her at the Moth Orchid?
We were supposed to meet tomorrow. It's every Thursday.
Yes, but what time, darling? Thursday's a very long day.
You're
Busy
very good.
day,
No,
as you
you're
know.
a very good point. We're supposed to meet tomorrow for lunch. Tea time, of course, 4 p.m.
Oh, beautiful. Well, perhaps I'll swing by then, and if you've been stood up, we can have a lovely chat.
I'd like that very much, dear. You're a sweetie. I like you very much.
So are you. Well, if you excuse me, I do believe I see my friend calling to me over there. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Ta!
Ta!
I will back away from her and then sweep around so I'm not turning my back to her. And I'm going to make my way over to the table where I found the mask.
Okay.
That's my next stop.
Super duper. Amnestria, let's flip over to you. Butterfly mask.
Alright. Butterfly mask. Amnestria's going to approach and just do a little curtsy, do a little bow. Just be like, hello. I've met a great deal of many people today, but I don't believe I've met you.
Sure.
My friends call me Evelyn.
Yes. She bows, and let me get her stuff here.
No worries.
Gotta flip between all these different people. Here we go. Lots of people.
A lot of people.
There's like 8 different people, and they've got like fucking pages and pages and pages of fucking text. All right, here we go. Yes. She sort of waves and says, "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Leal Durand."
That's very nice to meet you as well. I really like your mask. It's very unique.
Oh, do you like it? I love butterflies.
Do you watch them often, or do you just simply like them in books?
No, I have pictures of butterflies, and sometimes I collect them.
Oh, you're a collector. Oh,
Oh, yes.
well, that's a fun hobby.
Yes, I do enjoy catching them if I possibly can. And then once I've caught them, I put them to sleep so they don't feel anything, and then I can keep them in a glass case.
Well, that is certainly interesting. I guess it's good that you have something you enjoy doing.
Oh, yes, very much so.
Do you ever talk with the other party members? Any that you'd suggest talking to?
Well,
The night's kind of...
I would have said that Gilbert Moreno, but it's a darn shame about him. He was such a sweet, sweet man.
I didn't have the pleasure of meeting him, unfortunately.
Well, no one will ever will. That's for sure.
Well, if you remember him, he'll always be in your heart.
That's so sweet. She looks at you with just eyes of so either disbelief or utter belief. One of the two. So what are you doing here, dear? I've never seen you here before.
Well, I'm fairly new in town, and I managed to get my hands on an invitation, and I just was dying to check out this party. It's just so interesting. I mean, I imagine they don't all end or go the way they did, but nevertheless, it's always nice to meet new people.
Very much so, yes. It is always nice to meet new people.
I did come here hoping to meet a certain person, however. I don't know if you saw her today. I'm trying to just remember her name. Let's see. Rodania, yes, that was it. Have you seen her today? I heard that she would be attending.
Do you mean Radaga?
Radaga, yes, thank you.
Her face gets very sort of stern looking for a second, and she says, well, I don't think you're going to find yourself in any way associating with her in a good way, because she's just so ill-mannered.
I didn't so much want to be her associate as I had some questions for her, and I was hoping she could answer them.
What kind of questions would you have for her?
Well, I understand she's in the sort of business that can give answers, and I'm always interested in learning new things, so...
Well, you'll not find anything new to learn from her. Especially not with someone who had such lessons to be learned about manners and how not to... And, she starts to get a little bit upset, and she's like, how not to snub people.
Did she snub you?
We were supposed to meet at the Legacy Library at Jalabert Museum for a lunch date.
For a lunch date?
Yes,
Which stood you up? That's terrible.
absolutely.
Did she give you a reason why, or did she
No.
just not show up?
She did not. I meant to speak with her tonight about it, but I did not see her.
Alright, so you meant to meet her today?
Correct.
Well, I haven't found her, as you know, but if I do see her, I can certainly give her a stern talking to for you.
I think that would be... I'd like that a lot, actually. Please do.
I can do that for you. You seem like a lovely woman.
Thank you very much. I'm glad someone thinks so.
And just remember that even if someone has hurt you, it's possible to forgive them as long as the crime isn't too dire and severe.
I guess that could be seen as one course of action. Yes, I guess. I'm not in the mood to forgive people with such poor manners, though.
That may be so, but if you enjoy talking to her, then it's worth the try to try.
I don't think this level of conversation is something I enjoy very much.
My apologies. You just sort of bow out.
Yep.
I thank you for your time. It's been very nice talking with you.
She bows, and as she does so, the bell rings. And it does ring 2 in the morning.
I sort of look up into air and just say, "May the Duchess favor us all."
And there's like a hum. There's like a sort of a mixed amount of fervor and also of sort of under your breath. May the Duchess favor us all. There's a lot of that going around. Like there has been a massive party poop has happened with this zap that has, I would say, darkened the mood somewhat at this party, but not any less the zeal by which this phrase has been said. At the chime of 2, that gentleman who you saw out in the front of the palace steps inside and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Duchess Cedra Donaire would like to thank you for attending her weekly grand masquerade. You've all been excellent guests. Well, almost all of you." And like there's a smattering of laughter, like polite laughter, which sort of is a little sickening, to be perfectly honest. And he says, "But time has come now for the doors to be shut. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to ask if you would be so kind as to leave the premises."
I want to take a quick look around the table where I found the mask to see if I can find anything else that might signify where Radaga went.
Okay. Make an investigation check, please.
12.
You don't find anything in that area besides where you were, besides that mask.
I'll head in the direction of my friends.
All right. Claudiu sort of joins one side of you, and people start to file out.
I will sort of whisper to Claudiu, "I feel like there might be more here."
What makes you say that?
Because I feel like Radaga was here and somehow lost her mask and then disappeared. Part of me doesn't want to leave, but part of me knows I can come back next week, and so I'm not entirely sure what to do.
Hey, I mean, I'm fine with whatever, as long as we find this woman.
I can get home without the boat. I just can't decide if that's the wisest thing to do.
What do you mean get home without the boat?
Meaning I can easily get back to the mainland without taking the boat. I just don't know if staying behind is wise or incredibly foolish.
Did you rent your own private boat?
No, I can swim.
It's a long way to swim.
That's adorable. No, it's not.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm not averse to doing a little bit of recon around the manor, but on the other hand, I don't know. We got a couple of good leads. I don't want to miss them.
Yes, I think you're right.
It's up to you.
No, you're right. Staying behind is not wise. I might be better in the company of others.
I don't want to see you
Let's
turn
go.
into a pile of dust either, I'll be honest.
Not tonight, dear. Not tonight. Let's go.
Fair enough. And as the 4 of you Actually, before you do that, let me switch in, just check in with Amnestria and Mikmick. Anything you guys want to do before you head out?
Nope.
I would
Mikmick wants to
say
get out as quickly as possible.
Mikmick wants to leave. Get me out of here.
where. Oh, there's Mikmick. Mikmick's turn. Okay. I would say goodbye to the butterfly woman. And of course had said, well, the Duchess bears all to the bell chime, and I just come over to him and just check on him before we leave.
All right.
Mikmick, how did your night go?
It was boring. I didn't really like anything.
Yes, parties like this usually are. I could have told you that. And yeah, I've never really enjoyed these sort of things. But
It's the
It felt
formality
good.
that really got to me.
oh, you have no idea. If you're ready to go, we can simply leave. I found out some good information, and we can talk when we get back.
Yes. I mean, I found some information myself, so
And
I think we should all combine our knowledge once we get back to Atlantis.
we should, but there is something I need to talk to you about, and
Yes.
not here.
I'm
Would
gonna
I be
try
able
to
to
catch.
roll an insight
sorry,
just
go
to
ahead.
see if I can figure out by Amnestria's body language on what she's alluding to?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
You're welcome to try.
Well, I'm not proficient in insight, so 8.
It's the night of the low rolls, except for that one natural 20.
Ugh. God, the fucking dice tonight, man.
Ugh.
Yep.
All social encounters. No idea, Mikmick.
I'm trying to catch the half orc on the way out, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. He's sort of like stepping out into the cold, sort of night air, slick with condensation. All the guests
I'm
here
enjoying-
are arrayed, sort of.
I sort of put my hand on his shoulder on the way out and I say, Julian, yes?
He looks at your hand. He goes, "Why are you touching my shoulder?"
Oh, to get your attention, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, very nice.
Well, I'll let the fact that you just greeted me with a question slide then.
He sighs. He's like,
Like I say,
fine.
if I'll be honest with you, I think all these rules are a little bit silly too.
Don't let anyone hear you say that.
No, I only said that to you.
Scratches his head.
Just wanted to ask you a quick question, and then you'll be rid of me forever.
All right. I don't want to be rid of anybody forever. I mean, I'm just all right.
Oh, well, in that case, maybe you won't be, but I just wanted to ask, did you speak to a woman named Radaga this evening?
A dogger? Yeah, she lives in my building.
Oh. Building would that be?
Yeah, apartment 22. That's her apartment. She's over at the, let me get the exact name for it here. One second. Verlotten Villas. It's my family's. I'm a landlord at my family's villa estate. I took over from my dad.
Oh, well, isn't that lovely? Do you enjoy? I'm sorry, you don't want small talk, and neither do I.
Oh, that's all right. What do you want to know
Did
about
you-
her?
I'm trying to find her. Did you speak to her this evening?
I did speak to her early on.
She was very kind of a hurry. I don't know why, but she didn't want to talk very much.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all
How
right.
long has she known the Duchess?
I have no idea how long she's known the Duchess. And
Hmm.
I know that she's been here a couple of weeks, so...
All right, well, that's all I really needed to know. Please go about your evening, and thank you for chatting with me.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Make a perception check, please.
Alrighty. Come on. Fucking dice. 15.
You see that he has a copper key hanging off of his waist that has 2 V's decorated into the head.
The dice hate me.
Gotta turn sometime.
Ah, fuck it. I'm gonna try and sleight of hand those keys off his belt.
Okay, it's 1 key.
1 key. I'm gonna try and sleight of hand that key off his belt.
Go for it.
Fuck my life!
He says,
What are you doing? Hey! What's going on?
I'm sorry. I just thought it was pretty, and I wanted to look.
You can ask. You could ask. That's...
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
It's the key to Forgotten Villa's gate. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I just it was pretty, and I wanted to look. I apologize.
I
Please
guess
enjoy your
it
evening.
makes us even now, right?
Yes, it does.
Faux pas for faux pas.
Like you.
he doesn't even know what to say to that. He's like,
Oh, all right.
Have a good evening.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna walk back up the stairs and wait for my friends at the door.
as you turn around, he says,
Oh, one more thing. I remembered. Radaga.
He brings his voice down.
Radaga is, she was like humming this tune all the time. I don't know what it was about, but she hummed this like weird tune. I heard it all the time when she was speaking. That's I know it's a tune I recognize, but maybe it will help you find the tunes from the musicians at the Red Widow Theater.
Oh,
They play the music
thank
all the
you.
time. It's sort of jaunty new music. It's I'm bad at music, so sorry.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
All
I
right.
believe we've been invited to theater. Maybe I'll hear it there and know.
Oh, all right. Cool. Great. Well,
I'll see you again.
yeah. Have a good night. May the Duchess favor us all. Right.
May the Duchess favor us all.
and then he steps out towards the pier.
And I head back to the others.
Okay. We're going to say goodbye to this map, and we're going to go back to the old, what's it called map? The Dementliu map. And
What a name for a province.
hell yes. All right, so that's where you guys are. On the map itself, everyone sort of lines up back up for that ferry back to the mainland. Anything you guys want to do just before you leave the estate of Duchess Cedra Donaire?
Other
No,
than
I'm ready
maybe
to go.
look around the house, the
What was that?
exterior.
Say that again one more.
Maybe have a look around the exterior of the house, see
Yeah.
if there's any ways up other than the staircase post. Pretty
There's
much.
like some trellises, maybe. Nothing that would probably be, like so easy for you to get up to, probably. And there are guards all over. I mean, you could try it, certainly.
Yeah. So make another investigation check for the exterior of the house.
I mean,
like I did
you
with
don't even
the-
need to. I'm just going to show you. I'm going to tell you what you see. Yeah, trellises. That's pretty much it.
Okay. So possible way out.
Yeah, possibles.
Mhm.
How about you,
And then
Amnestria?
he'll get back on.
sort of watch Mikmick with a bit of curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to see exactly what he's doing. Just taking note of the house itself. Same as him.
Okay. Yep. The house itself is enormous and old. Has this sort of rotting exterior almost. But painted over to some degree. Like with a... It's like the bones of the house are not good, but it's just painted over and over and over again with just coats and coats of paint.
All right.
All right. So, Claudiu's like, well, we've got somewhere. We got something out of this, at least. So,
We got a lot of information.
yeah.
Now we just to figure out what to do with it.
Let's head back to Atlantic's. Peace out. Have a nice sleep. And then tackle this thing in the morning.
Agreed.
How long does it take for us to get back to Atlantics?
I think, it didn't take you more than an hour to do so, to get to the actual estate from Atlantic's. So, you could be there in the same amount of time.
Okay, so we're getting back like a little after 3.
Yeah, like 3-ish in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything's closed in Dementliu except for the masquerade shops, which are open all the time, all night, and all day. But every other shop is closed.
Fair enough.
So as you pass through the gloomy, mist-laden streets of Dementliu, on your way back to Alanic Ray's house, you stand ready for the next part of whatever mysteries that you are about to uncover. The four of you look at each other and you say, what the hell have we gotten ourselves into? And that's where we're going to stop for tonight.
Ooh, spicy.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Indeed.
So, good stuff tonight, folks. What are we going to say? We're going to say good night, and we're going to say it quickly because it's like 1:41 in the morning, and I'm tired. But that said, I think we had a really good session. Lots of interesting intrigue, and really shitty dice rolls.
Oh my god.
Like amazingly shitty dice rolls. So, what can you do? Sometimes you have those kind of nights.
I mean, it was okay.
Yeah, at least they didn't
Like,
happen like, during fights or something like that. That would have been really shitty.
Yeah, it would have.
Yeah. And next week we get Alex back. So
Yay!
it's gonna be a hell of a time to try to.
He's gonna need a hell of a catch up.
I was gonna say, I'm like, he's gonna be like, okay, what happened? In fact, he called me last night. He's like, tell me I didn't die. I'm like, okay, you didn't die. He's like, did you kill me? Because I've been away for a couple of weeks. I'm like, no, I didn't kill you. I mean, I could have, but I didn't. Why would I do that? Then where would the fun be? So,
Exactly.
I need to kill you while you're here.
exactly. Then that's the real fun. So anyway, let's go ahead and go around the circle here. Let's start with this lady to the left. That is Sarah. Sarah, tell us about yourself and where we can find you on the internet.
I am Sarah. You can find me on the internet at Lovely Llama, on Twitter at Instagram. But as I yawn through my sign off, all I have to say tonight is fuck you, dice.
For real.
Fuck
For real.
you. Those were like the worst bard rolls I've ever made in my life.
Pretty impressive. From stem to stern, badness.
So
Impressively bad.
bad. Like impressively terrible. I am a bard, for fuck's sake.
I think you got like a
I think
15.
your highest roll was a natural 11.
No. She got a 15 on something.
I got a 15 was but I think it was on a roll that I had like a +7 on. Like for fuck's
Wow.
sake.
Wow.
No, I think it
Fucking
was.
dice.
You got like a that 15 may have been like with a like +5.
Red, don't try to mitigate my rage.
That's great.
Don't mitigate my rage with logic. I'm a bard.
Hey, you rolled a
My
10 with a
int score
+7.
is 10.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. Thank you.
I
Thank you,
used an inspiration to roll a 10
was
for
great.
fuck's sake.
It was great. And hey.
Thank you, whoever gave me the inspiration, though.
yes.
I love you. You're
Bard
the
most
best.
brave.
It was Bard Most Brave.
Thank you, Bard. Thank you, Bard to Bard. Thank you, Bard.
For real. All right, Mikmick,
I think it's
aka
off now, but-
Red Platinum. Red, tell us about yourself, where we can find you on the internet.
You can find me floating around the internet from time to time, though I hardly post anywhere, so it's a bit harder to find me than all of the other people in this chat. But other than that, you can find me on probably Celeste Dice is probably where I'm most active.
You mean our Discord?
Our Discord plug.
Right there.
Plug,
Pluggity
plug.
plug. I can do this all day long. I can just do this because I'm the master of my own chat stream. So I can just go Discord, 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 and nobody's going to stop me. But if you really want to know where to get us on Discord, if you're not watching the chat stream on Twitch, you can catch us through our Discord link in the YouTube below. Come hang out. We've got a lot of really awesome, fun, amazing people in our Discord. And they just happen to be pretty knowledgeable about lots of different things. So, hey, hit them up for all kinds of stuff. Thank you very much, Red. Moving on over to this lady down here in the bottom right. That is Maeve Climber. Maeve, where can people find you on the internet?
Well, Matt, you just said it, Babe Climber. But, yeah, I'm pretty much just Babe Climber on most tags at this point. You can find me on Twitter, Discord, other random places. I draw art. Sometimes it's a little saucy. And, you know, aside from that, I don't really have a whole lot else, at least about me. But I did want to thank Matt for the amazing voices tonight.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you
That was
did
an
so-
accent party.
There were so many characters, and it was always
8.
easy to know exactly which character
8.
was.
8 characters in one night. God help me.
The question is,
Why
who
we
was
love
the
you,
favorite?
man.
What was that?
I
Red?
think the
Who was the favorite voice?
Who's my favorite voice or your favorite voice?
Not
You tell me.
everybody's favorite voice.
Oh, man, I don't know. I do like.
Perrinia,
Yes.
yes, I loved her.
which
Shit,
I
yeah.
can do in real life, but
But
Moynot
Moynot could not.
absolutely cannot.
Yes. Serena Arayona Perfunctory. My favorite character.
I like that Perfunctory was her last name, by the
Yeah.
way. That was fucking
Yes.
hilarious.
Fucking yes.
The dance
hope-
off was also really
The
I
good.
dance
hope
off?
she comes and finds me in the park. She can come dance to my music and earn me some extra money. It'll be great.
It's always the really fun boy characters that I enjoy playing, and hopefully you guys enjoy listening to. So yeah, that's it for me. Of course, I am Matt G. I'm here on Slices and Dices most weeks, where I'm DMing or producing or helping or doing all other things with other people who are amazing, and I enjoy being around them. And that is the reason why we do what we do, because we enjoy being around cool people who are nice and who aren't dicks. That's the secret
And
to life.
we got something on next week.
We do.
Matt, your camera just went fuzzy.
Damn you, fuzzy dick camera. There. How about that? Is that better?
We have several
There you
things
go.
next
Now you're back.
Yes. Thank you. We have some other things next week. Number one, next week, that is the 10th. The 10th of February. We have an all-girl review. No, I'm just kidding. It is an all-female identifying party of adventurers who I have been contracted to bring through a one-shot, which is going to be fucking amazing. It's called Girls Night Out. KNIGHT. Girls Night Out. See, it's a pun.
You had me at puns.
I had you at puns. It's all about the puns, folks.
You had us as puns.
Yes.
It's gonna be a very fun campaign. This was my brainchild, and I'm really excited about it.
It is. That is correct. It was Sarah's idea, so blame her.
All my fault.
It's all your fault.
I think her. It's gonna be amazing.
Yes, and we have
We're gonna have a great time.
besides Sarah and Maeve, I should say, sorry, Sarah and Maeve. We've got 3 other amazing females who are ready to take on an adventure, and I'm
Well,
ready.
they know Vanessa
That's right, Vanessa
from Call of Cthulhu.
from Call of Cthulhu and others, and 2 other
And
new
2 new
faces.
friends.
2 new faces to the stream, so I'm excited. And then on, let's see. So that's the 10th. 11th, we're going to come back with more Ravenloft, of course. And then weeks after, we've got some other stuff coming down the pike. Aliens coming back later this month. Other things. Sarah's excited about bringing in a couple of new things, including a new RPG that she is in love with.
Yes, and also the labyrinth one shot.
The labyrinth
Somewhere
one
down
shot.
the line.
We're planning a lot.
I got a lot of shit to load into Roll20 to make that happen. But it'll be fun once I get it together.
Indeed. That's it for tonight then. Unless anyone has anything else. Everyone's yawning. They're tired. It's tired. It's like almost 2. It's tired. So hey, let's end it with the way we always do. Remember, folks, take care of yourselves. But don't forget to take care of each other. That's all I have to say, folks. Have a wonderful night. Great weekend. See you soon. Bye.
Bye.